Right. Rocks. Stalactites. Sprites. That's not, oh, no, not that price. God, those look so bad. I was like, yeah, but, oh. Maybe. Right, that looks pretty good. That's what I want, those. I'll put the microphone near my mouth. That probably helps, doesn't it? Wizard, I'm doing a talk tomorrow, but no, you said that. Oh, here comes a cat. Sorry, I didn't talk to you. Yeah, Wizard, my talk's tomorrow. Don't do that to me, man. See, those look alright. Yeah, I'll grab that one. But I won't grab those because they look crap. So I've got some rocks that are great for the surface. Oh, Ajax, you're just covering it up now. Now it looks like I've got a Wookiee there. Hotel room? No, Wizard, I'm just... I don't live very far from London. I'm just going off on the train, doing a talk, and then popping back. Oh, I swear. So Unity, I swear they bought the lowest tier of Amazon support. It's so slow. Look, 14%, 15%. So my goal for today is stalactites, small rocks, and large rocks. Oh, you're all very quiet today. What day is it? It's Monday today, isn't it? Yeah. I have a very, very loose grasp of days of the week because every day of my week is the same, you see. Like, weekends are just kind of the same thing, really. I'll be back in a second. One of my cats is doing something. Did you scare yourself? Baby, you okay? Did you scare yourself? What did you do? Oh, did you try and get in the sink? Is that what you were doing? You're so clever. Alright, there we go. I think Cepheus just tried to get in the sink and scared himself. Come on. Okay, so let's do the surface rocks. Okay, so and small. So the plan is I have 3 big rocks that are big diggable up rocks and 3 small rocks that are basically just grass again. Excuse me, I had to do a big sneeze. Hold on. Okay, so survival surface generator. I can't launch a new browser. The fuck is that? Not going well for Todd. Just gonna make sure it works for me. I'm just going to save and commit again. Okay, so I'm currently, by the way, I'm a bit slow. I'm also helping Todd fix his stuff. Hello, Pusscat. Did you scare yourself? I'm being catted. Come on. Or are you going to sleep there? That seat on the desk, see pieces. Bye. Sometimes programming is interesting and exciting. Sometimes it's just nothing works. Right. Okay, yeah, when I delete the program, you can just close the program. It's okay. Right. That one. Oh, okay, survival injection entity is a... That's the one. All right. Now I'm just trying to work out how I want to do this, because we've got a type. We're just trying to work out a way to randomize between rocks and... plants. Like, you know, maybe I'll have rocks down a bit lower and plants up a bit higher. Ideally, what we'd actually want is the feature density. Hold on. How about if I do... No, that'll just make them less likely. I can't need a spatially coherent way of doing this, but without a very obvious cut-off or change. Actually, we can't throw that away, so hold on. If feature type is less than 0.5f, L type plus equals 3. Rocks, not trees. That should do it, actually. I can spawn trees now. Instance type. Large rock. Large rock. Rock, rock, rock. Now, I don't think these are anywhere near this big. Oh, for fuck's sake, Unity, I don't want you to compile! I don't mind it compiling, but I wish for the love of God it didn't do anything with the interface. No, I've still got changes. That one. Okay, and then I need to edit the terrain data, I think. Why is terrain data.xml the first hit do XML test? Right. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oops. Now, if I change glow tube to large rock, that should hopefully be okay. Where's the replace button? I'm not stupid, right? I'm a fairly smart bloke, as a rule, right? What sort of fucking dialogue box is this shit? Do I click on the arrow? No, that says find. Match case. Seriously, guys, seriously. Are you telling... That is the button. That is the universal and generic button, right, for font. What is wrong with the little dialog box that says match case? Holy shit, that's your icon. I can't even fucking see it. It's so small. Like, search and replace dialog boxes have looked the same for I don't even fucking know how long. And you decided to change match case to a little thing there. Match whole word. What's this? Dot star. I can't even read them. They're so small. That's the thing. I don't on stream. That's probably just a button. To me, it's a blurry thing with a I don't know. It looks like a penis pointing at a C, and this one looks like a penis pointing at BC. Wow, guys. Just holy shit, wow. I apologise for being particularly annoyed, but some things in my life have never changed, and search and replace dialogues is one of them because they're fine. I found that I had this the other day. A friend of mine was using Snapchat and they wanted to show me something, so I booted up and I said to him, "Okay, how do I add you as a friend?" He goes, "Oh, you need to click on like the little smiley face icon." I'm like, I feel old. But what I actually feel is that whoever designed it doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, some things could do with replacing. Some dialogue, I like, all this shit up here is a fucking disaster. Like, I'm not going to hover over them. The point of an icon is to show you something. But if I don't know what the icon does until I hover over it. So we've got back, forwards, new document, yep, no, open, yep, save. Save all, alright, to disk. So, hold on, that's navigate backwards and that's undo. Nah. And these ones, what the fuck is that? Search? I don't know. Display quick info. Toggle between suggestion and standard completion modes. Comment out the selected lines. Uncomment selected lines. What's this, fucking banner? Toggle a bookmark. Dumb as hell. Okay, Todd, if this works, I'll get you another build. Looks good. Sad times, I need to delete my world again. Pardon me. Okay, I now actually need to configure all those instances, but they may or may not spawn now. So go 1, 2, 3, 1. And we actually don't have anything for these last three, so we'll just hook them up directly. Now, with a bit of luck, we should get surface rocks. And then, unfortunately, what I don't have is a collection of small rocks, which is quite annoying. So we're just going to have to go with those for the moment. Probably the texture will be wrong. They got such good names as rock2e _ LP : polysurface 1. Okay, I'm not seeing out there some. I'm expecting to see some rocks, but they might be the wrong size, or the wrong type, or both. On the bright side, fiddling with this means I don't need to create a new world. That's interesting. That's all I do. Except, what? Okay, it would be nice if this dialogue was smart as well. So they've redone the dialogue, right? But I've just highlighted the word instant type and then said search, and it goes, I can't find any. Well, okay, but more importantly, that was a stupid search. I take that back. I will need to redo these. I don't know how big these are going to be. We'll come back to that later on. And probably they want to drop rough-hewn rock. Okay, that's 3 times I fucked this up now. So I can't collapse in Dev Studio. Okay, so we've got large rock 1, 2, 3. And they're all going to be 3, 3, and 3. And they're going to drop rough-hewn rock. And they are rock type 1, rock type 2, rock type 3. Okay. Then when we spawn them, we add 3 to it. 6. No. 3. So we actually generate. So we generate a random number between 0, 1, and 2. We multiply it by 2 to give us 0, 2, and 4. We then get the type 1, 3, and 5. And if I add 3 to it, I'll get 4. No, that's not right, is it? I need to add 6 to it. That'll take me from that one. If I had 6, I'd 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I should have, if it's that one, I should have added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why would I add 5? There's 6 of them. Okay, that makes more sense there. Skin master. Yeah, let's try that. And I need to delete my world. Happy fucking fun times. Well, Todd, if you're listening, if you need to recreate your world, yeah, don't delete your world folder, because that takes ages. Just delete the segments folder. Much easier, much quicker. You won't get intro sequence, but you will be dropped in the world immediately. That's the point. I haven't checked patrons this morning. Patreon. I do try and check them every day. Alright, that's kind of working. In fact, that's pretty freaking awesome, in fact. Holy shit, that really is cool. Fucking hell, that doesn't look at all like FortressCraft now. Wow, I've outdone myself today. Not quite, though. Okay. We have some issues. I'm not going to argue that one right now, obviously, but it does look good. My only problem is it takes so long to generate the first time. And I think the last one doesn't generate properly. Okay. So I wasn't really going for something quite that big, but now I'm kind of a little bit tempted, has to be said. Okay, so the question is with this one, I think, oh no, that's the, yeah, I've still got an out by one error somewhere. And I'll make sure the rock's the right size now. Yeah, Todd, the reason that there were these random boxes on them is so I could measure how big they were. I hadn't gone mad. No more than normal. Yeah, they're not too bad. So let's see if we can work out how big these should be. If nothing else, I need to get sort of a rough ratio, and then I may or may not need to tweak them based on that. Hello, Tomas. How you doing, mate? These are the last of the changes I'm planning on making visually. By the way, this is kind of my kind of it at the moment. Right, 10 by 8. Brilliant. Can't do 8. Can't do 10 rather. We can do 11 by 10 by however many tools this thinks it should be. $13. I might say, once I got it more or less right, I can scale it all down. I have no idea which rock this is. This is rock 2. Survival Injection Manager, E-Large rock 2. So you are 11 by 13 by 9. I've got some stalactite model. I downloaded some stalactite models, but I haven't imported them yet. Allow me to rephrase that. I started some stalactite models downloading, and Unity has potentially crashed or not. Yes, they're multi-block. If you delete, okay. So Wizard TV, they're trees. All right. You click on one, the whole thing disappears. It drops. This isn't No Man's Sky. We don't have marching cubes. Sadly. So yeah, you click one, the whole thing will disappear. Realistic natural caves. Just like your mum. No hurry, Unity. I mean, I did kind of want to do some work today. I like this dialogue box. It's one of my, definitely one of my most favourite dialogue boxes. But nope. Why do they have to supply themselves with so much shite? Alright, none of that. There we go. Oh, come on. La 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 la. Tra-la-la. I have some patron messages apparently. Ooh. Actually, I say that. I always go, ooh, I've got messages, and I click, and it goes, nah. I'm just gonna stick that on my wish list because and what did I just put in for? Realistic. Pardon me. Realistic natural caves. I don't understand. People put their shit into a free sale. Yeah. Yeah, right. Like, it's the idea that they think I will click on their other ones? Because I won't. Okay, assets, asset packs, realistic. Now, this took about half an hour to download. 600 megs. Seriously? Stupid. The bug's like $15. I've just put up my... the thing is, excellent. It's not just a bug, right? Does it have the right kind of texture? Have they separated the things? Is it the right kind of animation? There's a lot of... things I need to worry about. I can't simply just go, cool, a bug, and then click. Like, it might just say, fully boned, so you can write your own animations, or whatever. That happens a lot, and that's not always any use. I did buy some replacement bugs. I can't remember what I've done with them, what they're called. Given that this month is a kind of a polish month, I may try... oh, come on, Unity. It's a little trosser. Well, Tom, the idea is that they put themselves onto sale, and then what happens is you go, oh, wow, that's cool, that's free, and then you have a look at their other stuff. I think that's the theory. I'm sure it works for some people, but for me, I'm like, yeah, whatever. So I've got 5, 7, 9. Yeah, 9 I guess is the closest fit there. Seven. So for rock 5, which is rock 3, we have 9, 13, 7 for the sizes. Unity? Did you just crash on me? Oh, there we go. No, it hadn't crashed. It was just being slow. Tom, I bought it just like anything off the asset store. I do not need to credit anything off the asset store. I purchased it. Hold on, I'm sure I changed that texture earlier. Probably crashed. Unity's got very crashy recently. I think it's related to the instancing. I really don't think they've done everything they can do. Now that's annoying. This was only like yeah, see, that was a bit of a pain because it's not really very central. But we'll go in 979 for rock 1. And this is rock number 1 at 979. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to try and make all of these a whole bunch smaller. I think they're way too big. I'm a bit surprised, though, that that didn't work. But that means we'll go 0, 1, 2. And then that should push that into 3, 4, 5. And then multiplied and then added. Let's get saturation. Are we actually using it anywhere else? Yeah, we are. Okay. For a record, no, we're not putting the tigers in. Joseph, because I can't just keep adding stuff forever. I have to go, right, that's what I'm doing. So my plan is small rocks, large rocks, stalactites. That's it. That's the world done and changed. There may be some polish and some tweaks, but that is the to-do list. But I can't, much as I would love to just keep adding stuff forever, I thought I might actually release the next patch rather than just not. I thought that would be a good idea. All things considered. What do you think, everyone? Do you think it's a good idea? Yeah, so that's a bug. That's actually alright. They are way too big, though. And not working properly at all. I don't... Oh, yeah, I can't place a survival injection entity. Don't think. Yeah, I think they're hidden. Yeah, okay, so though they're very cool, and they are very cool, they're totally... wait on a minute, that's not the right size. They're about twice as big as they should be, maybe? Like, the graphic is twice as big. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's do between 9, 5. That will take us between 95 and 105% of size. That possibly was working, and I was just displaying crap. Yes, Miles, they're not mine. Just think of them. It's very, very simple. Right now, you dig them up like trees. Now, it would be nice to actually make them have ores and stuff in them, and I think that's an awesome idea, and I'm totally for it. But right now, that's not where we're going. But yeah, it would be awesome if you could get like boosts of copper or tin or whatever at them. That would just be totally great, and I'm 100% thinking that's a good idea. That's better. Not perfect, but better. Now, that's a problem. Okay, under what circumstances? So we can't... Glitchy 1, glitchy 2, glitchy 3. Large dot 1, large dot 3. Anything else throws an error. Ah, whoops, that's because I've accidentally edited that one down to be the wrong type of size. Okay. Twit. And we'll make rocks much less likely. Oh, Justin, get me some... Oh man, I feel like coffee as well. Might go and get some coffee. Pardon me. So we've now reduced the chances of rocks as related to these things massively. But that means it's a new world, means I just have to wait. But yeah, so we can dig these up, as you can see. Bloop, bloop, no problems. And they give you wood, I hope. I just have to kind of wait, really, for a rock to spawn. Normally this would happen during the intro sequence, which is about 30 to 45 seconds long. Or I picked a number that just means it's impossible for them to spawn. That is also entirely feasible. Oh, come on. Oh, fucking hell, I broke that. Bollocks. Have I broken all of them, or is it just being slow? What the fuck? It's done it again. Right? It like, I go back to DevStudent and it goes, do you want to see Steam? No. grass entity. Now this is going to be very hard. Fucking hell, it took Steam out. Steam took FortressCraft out with it. That's the point. Did I get my money for my... I can't remember what I was aiming for. I'm saving up for... Oh. Steel Foundry. Is that the right map? Yeah. That's my limiting factor. So let's... there we go. I don't know how that's going to actually affect me, but the looks of it, though, we are lacking tank hulls, which is lacking steel, or it was lacking steel, and now it should be no longer. Next thing to upgrade would be iron. By the fuck off. Iron Foundry, that's maxed out. That's okay. I reckon I can squeeze that one because they're a little bit above half. So I essentially need more Iron Foundry now. But now I'm actually maxing out the Hull Maker. Excellent. That means that's maxed out. Excellent. And that means that's not quite maxed out. Oh, it's 2-to-1. Okay. Right. Did I change anything? Oh yeah, why wasn't this doing it? I'm going to hazard a guess. For some reason that was borked. I will check. To be fair though, even if I break that one, I'll fix it in a patch and then everyone's grass will suddenly disappear. Come on, there we go. Alright, come on. It's the tiniest arrow to do that. Is it Shift spacebar? No. Alt spacebar? No. Control spacebar? There is a shortcut for that. I found it the other day. Right, so that's not working under any circumstance by the looks of it. Hatching debugger. Although it does crash a lot, at least it's quite quick to restart. 126. Right, so none of the segments apparently are closer than 32 meters, or I've just broken it. No. I don't think you can do proper conditional breakpoints. Detach. Unity comes back to life. Still no rocks though. That's so I may have actually tweaked the number too low. Spider Bro looks very awesome though. I don't know what the fuck he's doing there. Am I? Oh, is my floating grass gone? No, it has not. And just to check, if I do build through it though, that's fine. But my segment boundaries, right, so that's okay. That's in a segment. It's even in a segment with a machine. If I just pop a machine in there, just to get that segment an update. No. Alright then. Okay, so why is it not? Why? Have I considered implementing a way to regenerate a segment on the fly from inside the game directly? I don't understand. I probably could. I think I just need to set the needs per lin, but I don't. Why? Oh, because I got rid of it. Because I don't remember why I was getting rid. Oh yes, because the stalactites were just dropping. That might be why the stalactites suddenly started working. I'll get rid of that. So yeah, what'll happen now? It should start up, and all the grass will probably disappear. It'll just drop. I have nearly 400 megabytes of stalactite and stalagmite textures. Whoop whoop. Okay, so let's delete the segments again. And did I already increase the chance of... No, let's try 3.5. It might just be that 0.25 is just not valid. Well, Audacity, you can't change the code on the fly. Unity's got compile and edit and continue, but it only works on the simplest and tiniest of projects. It certainly does not work on multi-threaded projects. That's the first problem. Secondly, even if I could, I still need to generate the whole world. Like, I can't... I change the world generation, the whole world changes. Everything. You can't just assume that it'll work. Yeah, but you just get it. It just no. Mais non, monsieur, mais non. But having to restart the game when I change the generation code, that's fine. Don't forget, unless the regeneration was 100% perfect, I'm asking to just introduce new issues. I've still not fixed this. Oh no, that's this right. Yeah. Green to you can see it is blending, but that's the difficult blend because they are opposite colours. Should we go for a walk? Generation has definitely improved, though it feels very slow again today. It's usually slow when I haven't generated the world, because the intro sequence does generate a lot of a world for you. Anyway, these are working all right. Like they've got good sort of spread and behaviour. And I have to get all of this right, yeah, before I ship it, and that's going to be a pain. That's why I've got a Joseph. That's why there's a locked down set of things I want to do. I'm off tomorrow, Thursday. I've got to prepare some adapter work for a presentation. So Thursday is non-FortressCraft Thursdays. I know. And that gives me about 10 days to get this to shippable quality. And remember, I've changed a lot. I have changed a hell of a lot. It's my son. My son, my son. Oops. Yeah, well, I reckon they don't. If you look at night, unfortunately, they just look a bit... we wait for the fog to drop off. It takes a few seconds. I've just spun time forwards, but the fog doesn't react that quickly. They're a bit glow in the dark. I think Todd's looking at. So we're going to get the veins a bit better and sort of the base brightness reduced. Just found the frickin' rocks. Minsk, when you rolled back, did you notice any particular performance difference? I'm assuming it was that they were both new worlds. I'm a little concerned about performance. That's why currently New World is a super duper cheaty branch. Like, you have like unlimited ore and power and everything. So I want people to start making some larger bases. Once plants are fully grown, they're pretty cheap. Grass never gets... grass is a bit of a worry on the cost, but not... So I'm currently around 20,000 grass entities at about 5 milliseconds. There's one. Again, though, as I've said, and I just want to make this clear because anyone who's watching has missed it, if you're playing the game normally, you'll start off by watching the intro, the world generates. You complete the tutorial, the world generates. You then start to play the game and you find tin and copper. And while you're doing that, you're not doing what I'm doing, which is just a sprint in a straight line looking for stuff. Like, you don't need to go very far or look very far. And that has technically worked, but hasn't worked very well, has it? Looks great, but not correct. No. Actually, if generation performance is significantly different, I do need to know, definitely. But I mostly meant frame rate. My cat is having a dream. Okay, I'll be back here in a moment. I'm going to let this continue to generate. I don't know where my base is. Okay, maybe I won't be back here in a minute. I'll put my CPH here then. What I just want is like 1 in 20 trees to be a... Yeah, that's not the effect I want at all. It's very cool, don't get me wrong, but that's not what I'm going for. Mints, well, if neither of them are not very bad, cool, done. But it's if you notice a significant difference, that's when I need to worry. But if you're not really noticing any difference, then no problem. Yeah. Maybe. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll try and make them less likely. Okay, so feature shape is greater than 3.5 and no, that won't work. I can't use that one. And density is greater than 0. I kind of wonder if I could just do this though with I kind of want sometimes trees and sometimes I'd like them to be clumped together, but I can't calculate that. There's just no way because they're not. I'd have to basically run the same code again with a different range of parameters. But because we're using Perlin, we always Perlin by definition gives concentric rings. Otherwise, what's happened is we just basically just got a whole bunch where it just spawns them all. I don't know. Wrong window. While I'm not knowing, I'm going to go and grab a biscuit and eat it. And maybe the biscuit will give me the knowledge I need. Back in a sec. I'm so mean. No, the problem is, Reverkin, that I decide a number of things, okay? So, I first of all decide, and really probably not so, I first of all pick 90% of the world to not have anything in it. And then, so therefore, 10% of the world will have something in it. Potentially. Now, we then have a calculation. Actually, I think I've just worked it out. We then have a calculation that then generates a shape in that. So we have two cross-intersecting density fields. And when the two cross-intersecting density fields hit, then we push a tree. The type of tree is represented by the density of the third field. The second field. But we can also do this. We can put the rocks in the bottom 25%, like that. Okay, so, comment. Rocks spawn at the other end of the density fields, guaranteeing that rocks and trees don't exist in the same place. Right. I expect I will be massively reducing that. I also just need to say oh, if it's less than 0.25, that was close. That should be everything. This will generate the rocks again in vaguely increasing orders linked to the density at opposite areas of the secondary density field than the trees. Mom? No? Did I make a typo? No? Did Unity ignore me? Yes. Yes, apparently so. Why is Unity ignoring me? There we go. Okay. So this is the worst bit of the Perl engine. There's very little I can do apart from spend several days trying to work out some super duper clever techniques to optimize this all. Other than just waiting. I was chatting with Steve about doing this on the GPU, which is possible. It's definitely possible and would be holy shit fast. but I don't think I have the time to implement it. I'd have to start by learning, how do I do compute shaders in Unity? And at that point, I'm all like, yeah, that already seems like quite a lot of work. Why have I got my headphones attached in a very stupid way? I think we can all agree that the rocks are too big. My rocks are too big. My rocks are too big. My rocks are too big. I'm fairly sure, though, given the cut down there, it's pretty cool, though, isn't it? My spoon is too big. My spoon is too big. Maybe. I'm looking forward to the... of course, when you put high-resolution models in the game, it doesn't fit the blocky style, and you should just make it look like Minecraft. I've been hearing that for some years now. Maybe. But you'll notice, basically, if I just spin around to page all the instances in and look from the surface... Bloop. What'll happen is rocks will spawn as how can I put it? Note the rocks are spawned a long way from the plants, so they're totally different types of spawns, and that is awesome. Where am I? Oh man, it's tempting to keep it because it looks so good. Where is my frickin' mouse cursor? There it is. Oh, it looks great, but looking good is not necessarily the... I mean, if I delete it... I'll wait for the blur. Look. Uh-oh. Whoa! Yeah. So what happens there, same with the trees, if rocks are interconnected, they'll drop. They will break each other up. Like that. Now this is an issue. Again, Martine just kind of disappeared after doing his own thing, so we ain't going to get any fix of this in a hurry. This is objects that are sitting on top of a segment that's at saturation, so they're unable to insert themselves into it, I think. But we can't think about that, but I certainly will reduce the probability. So that's that's that one. So let's make them smaller. But what we might need to do, that just basically shrinks down the area in which we might do it. We might actually need to do some other things. Now, I think the rocks are too big. I like them big. I think they look frickin' ace. But... I think I might just make them a whole bunch smaller. So that means this becomes 3 by... I won't do that axis yet. Because this is the thing, I can't really divide down 11 or 13 or 9. 9 I can, but not 13. So let me just reduce them along the axis I can do. And make sure that works. Because a 13 meter rock is a very big rock. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, yes, I guess I could do that. Hold on, I can do that by... denser areas of the noise fields. Yeah, Reverkin, I agree. It would also be awesome if you could mine them, but all of those things could come much later on. So initially they'll break, then one day perhaps they won't just break. I kind of like Starbound/Terraria's approach, where you hit them and they kind of vibrate. They vibrate and they vibrate and they vibrate and they... So they're the stalactites, but they're the old ones. They're going to be going. So is that inside a cave or something? Yeah. So that looks pretty cool. Again, those ones you don't. They work like grass, so you don't actually delete them yourselves. You delete the block and they detach. So those are pure graphics fluff. Grass, stalactites, and the other rocks, ones I've not implemented yet, they are pure GPU burning fluff for higher details, and they don't even appear in a network game because I don't transmit them. I don't date them, and I drop them if you're on fastest or simple. Which is a shame, because they look nice, but I'm not prepared to say, no, everybody must have these. That's not how I work. I work with, yes, I will try and make the game run on your piece of shit laptop, but if you could do me a favour, and could you possibly consider buying a new laptop rather than more computer games? I've seen that with people before, people whining about how the game runs on their computer, and I've pointed out the game costs more than a video card faster than what they've got. Like for $25, you can get quite a nice video card, comparatively speaking. And for the cost of like 2 full price games, $120, you can get like a reasonably powerful last generation card. That's why some people just keep buying computer games instead of going, nope, I'm gonna buy a new video card and then run all my old computer games at a much better frame rate. Yes, Springload, but I've got the models for that, but it's the models that are sorted. One step at a time, Martin. So I think I may have underdone it a little bit. So what I've got is 2 noise fields that need to cross over now to make this happen. Now the problem comes when that crossover point is too small and making it almost impossibly unlikely. The other problem is if I make that crossover point too big, what will happen is you'll just find a massive clump. So I don't know if you guys have ever played it and you've just found like shit tons of crystals all in one place. That's the reason. That's because the noise fields have crossed over and they've crossed over in an unlikely way. No, Wolfie, that looks rubbish. They explode apart because it looks more satisfying. Don't forget, when I did it before, I just killed like, I don't know, 600 or 700 entities all in one go. Then I should probably slow that fog down. It's a bit fast moving, isn't it? How does it look at? Come on. I'm just going to stay here and let it generate. I did fix it. It was not a good learning experience. It was not satisfying. It was just annoying as hell. Now it's fixed. I never need to worry about it ever again. Nice. Yeah, the only thing I'm not happy with, and I was chatting with Sacral about this yesterday, I don't like the little biomes we get, but it's quite a tricky... Like, I can probably fix it, but it's a tricky thing, shall we say, to fix it. Hold on. The cave sunshine effect. See, Ozzy, that really confused me. Because you're asking something we've already got. Where's the sun? Yeah, we've already got it. Look, can you not see it? If I make a hole there, oh, I'm gonna sneeze. There, can you not see the effect? We've already got it. The effect you drew, the effect you linked, yeah, that's not a real effect. That's faked. And you also have to be careful with stuff that can be done in real time, but not done in procedurally. So I can do like sun rays through dust in a baked world, but I said we do actually already have quite nice sun rays. I'm not sure quite why it's going. Oh, that's the yeah. Interestingly, the sun rays. Oh, there we go. That's what we want. So if you can just about see them there, going through. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the screenshot you sent in Discord was of a pre-generated world. You know, a fixed artistic generated world. And It's easy to do it there. I think I actually toned down the sun shader in this. I think that might be why it's a bit more subtle, but you've never noticed it. Oh wow, it's the Nova's got it too. Where's the Nova? Oh, too late. I'll wait for the sun to come up. Yeah, look at the sun. Look at the sun there. How can you not have noticed that effect? It's massive. Kinma, just let it compress them, and they won't take up much space. Are you running out of hard drive space? Yeah, but you already get the effect. I said, like even with the sun on the very far left-hand side, you still get that effect. It's still there. But what you linked was a pre-generated, hand-drawn, canned effect, not a procedural one. Procedural ones will work sometimes and not others. But if you look at see the sunshine there, see how on the bottom left it's casting a shadow, on the right-hand side it's not. Like it's, I mean, I can crank it up a bit, make it less, and that's cool. And really, I think the sun shaft intensity should get higher at midday. I think it should. But it is kind of already there. Oh, you can see it there. Don't actually know if that's a bug because the sun shaft intensity. Yeah, it never changes. That's silly. It should be, to be honest, full stop. Like more. You can't go wrong with too much sun. Like I said, again, we have to wait for the night time, but the Nova's got it too. There you go. So we'll just sit there, watch that for a sec, watch the sun come up. While I'm going to have a drink and we'll watch the sunrise together. Aww. So it's one of those, again, if you kind of just stop, and I like it when you stop and you look at the game, and it's all slowly moving. Everything's just, the sun's coming up very slowly. You can see the dust moving, some slimes. The planet's the planet's going to go right in front of the sun. This should actually look quite cool. Yeah, the thing is, Springer, you need to enter a cave with the sun the other side of a hole. So you watch the planet there. The planet's about to intersect the sun. That does look cool. Look at that, though. Yeah, I might actually just crank the intensity up and see how I feel about it. Again, if I've got sun shafts, it's a reasonably expensive effect. It does seem a bit silly not to. Wow. There's some serious banding going on there, which is a shame. And if I crank it up, you see you see how it works. Interestingly, in that case, see the banding though? That's what I don't understand why there's an accuracy issue going on. So that's the intensity, about double what it was. It was 2. But I think 4 actually gives it a bit of a... So again, part of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the day look brighter and brighter and But see, that looks fantastic. See that mountains in shadow with the sun going outside? Yeah, I think I'm happy with it at 4. What am I not happy with? I'm not happy with the fact that the oh, there you go. See, that's the classic sun shader effect through like trees or whatever. It's not a volumetric effect, I think. It's just a cheaty screen space blur. Okay, I think we can all agree though that we aren't getting any rocks. So. Okay. I don't know what that is. That's not a number that divides. 100/6. Okay, 16.6. That'll do. Oops, 16. Yeah. So if I do 1/0.166, it gives us about 6. Wolfie, that's not an issue. Like, it's not something I'm ever going to try and fix. The problem is with that, define underground. We've had this discussion a lot. First problem. Secondly, due to the way we calculate caves count as low density. There's not much difference between low density and how can I put it? You just can't tell. If you can come up with an algorithm that 100% sorts us out for determining whether or not a tree shouldn't spawn, sure. But I bet you can't. But it's not something I'm really worried about. They go underground. They look like fungus. Done. Wait, can it see the sky? That's your rule. It can see the sky, therefore it's underground. That's not a rule that determines something's underground. That just what happens if it's in just a deep cave that happens to be able to see the sky? That's not underground at all. That's just in a cave. Yes, Springer, what you're talking about is LDR mapping, and that's something Nick and I were looking at, because we've got LDR mapping, but it doesn't quite work, and we're not sure why. So just looking at Iloram's new game. Damn, she's needed some ambient occlusion. She's writing her own engine, her own physics, and for some reason it's taken a really long time. It's quite clean, I'll give it that, but No, we haven't got stalactites. We can't find the rocks. Ah, there's a rock. Given how big they are, it's kind of okay for them to be rare. She did a mod called Redstone Power, I think it was. For Minecraft. Now she's doing her own game. But she's doing the stupid thing. Never write your own engine. Ever. Never, ever write your own engine. You might be really good at it. Sure. Okay. And then it'll take you 4 years to write your game instead of 1. Great. And then you go, now I need to port it to Linux. No. I need to port to the Mac. Oh, shit. I need to write. Yeah. Oh, now I need to port to the Xbox. Yeah. That's why you use Unity. Full cross-platform implementation. OpenGL, DirectX, and then something amazing comes along like Vulkan or Tessellation or whatever it is you need. You ain't gonna have time to write that again. Just took you 4 years to write your game. Eloram, real Eloram, Arctic Engineer, doing that would completely break progression. Imagine if you start the game off and you find one thing of molybdenum at the surface. What on earth? That would be terrible. I'm going to basically give you probably a very small amount of chance of copper or tin. Currently drop rough hewn rock, which is probably a bit useless. So I'm just going to let this generate. Actually, hold on. While that's generating, let's have another look at my factory. Because I did just fix up. I looked. Yeah, look, see, that's backed up. 92%. Turrets are the limit because we don't have enough guns. Because we don't have enough bullets. Because I need to squeeze. Wait, that should do. Guns need. Oh, it's 4-to-1. Okay. Wait, since when were guns 4-to-1? I thought they would. They can't be 4-to-1. That means I've had it wrong the entire time. Well, I can. In fact, that one... Oh, that doesn't have enough steel. Wait, that one... Okay, yeah. I hate this game sometimes. Trying to get a way I can get more explosives without just sort of going 1, 2, 3... See, that will work because I can get 4 explosives in there. So that's giving me the 4. But then the question is, how do I get more up there? And I guess I could put oil down, this one down, that one down. Go up and around. Yeah, it's not easy. Alright, that might also help because I'm relying on a split there, and that means I'm saturating that line. There we go. Now we've got a lot more steel going through. Well, Wolfie Spring, I believe she stopped because she wanted to work on her own game rather than a mod. And that's fine. I have no idea how she's supporting herself, but I never have nice words to say about anyone who goes, I'm writing my own engine. I'm like, you're going to regret it. You will regret it. Guaranteed, you will absolutely go, I really wish I was using Unity. It would really solve all of these problems here. Guaranteed. There's no way. And there's no advantage to writing your own engine. I mean, it's a fantastic... oh, God, that's horrible. It's a fantastic learning exercise, certainly. And if you're looking to get a job as an engine programmer, sure, absolutely. But as a sensible way of making money. Oh fuck no, that's a bad idea. Bloop. Cool. I might increase this a bit more. I think this is a bit low still. Again, they're more for flavour than for reliable resources. Oh, cool! Click. Hey, some free copper ore. Woohoo! Wolfie, no, it's still not viable. So let's say you went out, you wrote an engine. Why the fuck would I get your engine? Unreal is free, for fuck's sake. Unity is free if you're below a certain amount. There's no reason I would ever use the Wolfie engine. Ever. None. Nobody would use it. It is a total waste of your time. Now, thanks. I'm sure your engine's awesome. Fine. We'll wait there for another minute or two. Yeah. So what was I struggling on here? Bullets are up. 78%, 60%. 56%. So what I might do is I might put the... If I put that there, I could probably then squeeze out enough room to get some... That's the only access points I've got. Well, you say that, Wolfie, but Unity has been the go-to engine for many years now. I mean, really, it's ridiculous. It's I can't remember the exact numbers, but it's like 70 or 80% of mobile games are written in Unity. They have absolute, unbelievable stranglehold over the market because the engine is excellent. And before then, you had Unreal, and that's it. There's no other competition. I mean, yeah, okay, you've got the Crytek engine, but that's never been a serious contender because it's not very good. Very, very, very few major games, or very few games will stop written in it. That looks cool. And that's it. I mean, there really are only two players in this space. You know, you've got Game Maker and you've got Blitz Basic 3D. You know, there are others, but there are no reason to go with them. I don't know Springload. To be honest, none of this was planned. I was going to work on robots. And then I thought to myself, you know what? It would be nice if I could have different plants. Hold on. If I just colorize the surface and then it just kind of all fucking snowballed from there. This is definitely not enough rocks. I'd like to see kind of one rock about that often. So let's... let's increase that. At least that number's nice and easy. I'm kind of tempted to think about having a system, instead of crossing over two Perlin fields, it crosses over two Voronoi diagrams. Scales them together and then uses that so only 1/7 of each of the 7th of the world can spawn it. Well, the next thing I want in are actual stalactites, rather than the placeholder ones I've got. And then I also need to do the rocks, just small rocks, non-interactable rocks. So I've got the little tiny things, they look alright. And they'll just be equivalent to grass. They're probably a little bit more expensive than the grass. So some of the grass will have a small chance of becoming a rock. How's that for a deep statement? No, I think I might call this patch, the final one, something. I think I might put a Madonna reference in. But yeah, like a voxel touch for the very first time. The phrase is, but Madonna reinventing herself. And I think FortressCraft has reinvented itself a couple of times now, but never in such a visual way. And I'm really hoping that this will get people to realise how much is in the game. Now, the thing is, the game hasn't really changed. It just looks nicer. It looks more artistically correct. Should we phrase it like that? Now we have a proper colour palette. Now we have variation. We have sky colour. We have all of these things that are just pure art. And hopefully that will draw more people in. I mean, there was nothing wrong with the surface before. It just wasn't very pretty or interesting. I might even just call it FortressCraft reinvented. FortressCraft evolved. I really get hacked off with distance-based fog, though. Notice I can see the planet in the corner of the screen, but not in the middle. Yay, depth-based fog. Right, we're going to leave that for a couple of minutes then. Did I fix my issues? 96%, 40%. I kind of need another... Oh, wait, how my steel is... my steel's backlogged. To be honest, as long as this one's backlogged, those don't matter. So that gun's at 100%. That gun's at 100%. This is at 100%. That means that that's 100, that's 100, and these are at slightly more than 50. My next... what's my next upgrade then? In the quadrillions. Ouch. See, these ones don't... None of my other ones are diesel boosted yet. Because I just can't fit it in. I'm looking at going... I'd have to get rid of all my research to fix that. My research... My next set of research is in... Off when you've seen things. My next research is 781 billion. So, 781 billion. Okay, you're wrong. Oh, right, no, not money. Sorry. Research. So it's going to take me another 1 month and 4 weeks. 1 month, 4 weeks? I don't know if you're there today, forecaster, but 1 month, 4 weeks, that's stupid. I'm pretty sure these are running flat out. Then, yeah, I would really need the next upgrade, which is 600 trillion. Nine hours. Enjoy breakfast. I think these are actually running 100. Oh, 60%. Oh, no, I am... No, 60%. Why are you only running at 60%? You're running... Oh, because the tank assembly needs to be improved. Again, I haven't quite got the money just to plough into upgrading those. And there's just not enough room to fit in a diesel upgrade on this level yet. Yeah, well, Minx, if you want to do an engine for the hell of it, I mean, go for it. Absolutely. You'll have a great time. It's good fun. You'll learn a lot. It's great. But if it's your living, I don't recommend you do that. I recommend that's a very, very, very bad idea. I want to upgrade my tank assembler. Tank assembler maxed. Oh, you're such a liar. It always says that. That's why it goes, nah, here's a bit more. But that means I would need... Yeah, it's outputting it as quickly as it can, which just isn't very... And I would just need to put more... I would need to put a diesel thing in there, but I can't fit that in there. The problem is, you need to sort the diesel output. So I would need to do something horrible, like... No, because you can only go in the middle. I'd have to do something like... No, I just can't fit that in. How the sun is not... Sun is affected by the distance fog. But because the sun is bright enough to pierce through. There's your in-character answer. Your actual answer... is it's on a different render layer. Where is it? But it is affected by the fog. If you look at it, it's bright, and then it starts to. That looks cool. I might reduce the intensity just a bit at the end of the day, though. But I think that looks really good. I mean, that is. That looks awesome. See the sun coming out there. Things spawning in the distance. Minsk, the number of people who have successfully written a commercial game using their own engine, I can count on one hand. If you narrow that down to in the last 5 years, I mean, I'll give you an example. Right? Borderlands is the example. So you remember Borderlands? Borderlands was not a toon rendered game until right at the end, right? Because I can't. Yeah, right. Hey, look, my game's toon edged. I didn't spend more than 3 seconds on that. So I can already make my game into a toon if I wanted to. Whereas if you have to start off by going, well, how do I do toon edging? Then obviously it's going to take you a long time. Whereas if you can just clip something on, oh, there's a rock. That looks really cool, actually. Then you have a much greater chance of being able to test things. It's not a cell shader. I should point that out. This is just an edge detection algorithm. Cell shading would involve reducing the color palette. Just trying to get rid of those. Again, the point is more, if you go, I want my game toon-edged, you can just make it toon-edged. You don't have to go and implement a shader path, and then ways of flipping full screen buffers, and then you investigate. Do you use Robert's cross depth normals? Do you use Sobel's or triangle normals? Like, how would you even go about doing it? And that's why you don't use your own engine. I could just go click outline. Cool. It does kind of look cel shaded though, just because of the the fairly flat colours of the thing. I think if I use the triangle depth, circle depth, yeah, there we go. But like there's no such thing as I said, is edging. You've got circle depth thin, cross Roberts depth, triangle depth, which work very differently. Well, I can just go, nah, I'm not doing that. And then I can just go, I want it to look like a... No, I knew that wouldn't work. Just fuck you. Just to embarrass me. Not sure what that's doing, but I think I can safely say not the right thing. That's the one. Yeah, so there you go. That's quote unquote cell shading, which is quite horrible, really. But yeah, so yeah, you can do cell shaded stuff. As a rule, though, cell shading in 3D just doesn't look very good. I found. Like, even when you spend a lot of time doing it properly, it doesn't look great. Wolfie, the problem with filters like that is I need to spend a whole bunch of time implementing them, tweaking them. You don't just get them. They do require messing around with. Okay. More importantly, do we have enough rocks? So here we have 3 rocks inside each other. Literally inside each other. Blip. So what I think I might need to do is decrease the second probability, but increase the first one. I think overall, I think this is about right. I'd like to have more clusters, but smaller clusters. I think what I've actually done with the last change, I actually think I just made the clusters bigger. Yeah. So I think, actually, that should be more like... So there, that will give us smaller clusters. And then I kind of want the feature density to be more like 925. Again, this is why I'm pointing this out a lot, and I'm going to keep doing it, so you don't think I'm going to spend my life doing this. I'm now into the realms of tweak the number by a quarter, delete my segments, wait for it to compile, and run around and look at everything all over again. And then guess what happens if I don't like it? I have to do it again. Now I'm only getting to look at one world. And that's the worst thing. I have to then wait for a whole bunch of... this is why I keep telling people, please, please, please play it. Play this build. Because otherwise we don't know how it's going to be done. You know, I can only test one world, maybe 2, maybe 3. I can't test 50. Hence, please, for the love of God, test this build and see what you get out of it. Kinma, if you just leave it, just play the game, just play it, it will compress in the background as you go. Like it will and does compress itself. When you quit, it just compresses whatever's left. But it can take 10 or 15 seconds to compress a chunk, like a set of chunks. But it will do it. Basically, don't worry about it. It knows what it's doing. Just leave it alone. Yeah, Wolfie, I would like to allow people to add in their own, shaders. Because I've got some great ones like night vision and predator heat vision and all sorts of cool stuff. I'm wondering if the sunshaft thing is affected by the alpha amount. If I can just get it to break, which I can't do. There you go. I wonder if that's the alpha sensitivity. No, that doesn't seem to do anything at all. It's because I'm running something additive into the scene, so the sunshaft has something very bright on it. So you see, you get that occasional blinding flash. That's the cursor, because the cursor isn't all right. I'm gonna make a quick note. Build cursor shouldn't write into Z buffer. I think it's because it's either writing to the Z buffer and it shouldn't, or it's not writing to the Z buffer and it should. It's one of the two. Yeah, but Kimball, it will catch up. Just don't worry about it. The only reason we added compression is people were complaining their world folders are too big, and we're like, well, I don't know, delete some crap. Oh, but it's like taking up 200. Not even that. It was like taking up 2 gigabytes, and we're like, oh no, a game taking up 2 gigabytes. Well, that's too big. It's just simple blocks. But there are a lot of them, aren't there? I think I made the number 2. I also have to be careful not to just stay at one place and tweak it till I see it. I have to do a whole bunch of exploring. So what I might do is go around this corner and find like 50 rocks altogether. I'm not very happy about the fact it's going to take me 1 month for my next research. I don't... It's probably worth waiting for the 1 quadrillion. That'll be tomorrow. That's one quadrillion. Yeah, 1 day, 5 hours. That'll give me an extra 33%, which will knock a week off my thing. What I need to speed up is my tank assembly, and that requires speeding up everything. The performance, it won't affect that, Kinmar. It doesn't. There's no performance overhead. If you mean frame rate, no difference. Loading time, the tiniest amount of loading slowdown if it's in a zip, but only the first time. And I do mean the tiniest amount. If you were seeing frame rate drops, that was not related to the fact your folder was big. Nick and I do have some thoughts, by the way, on generating a fake version of the world out there very quickly. But yeah, I'm very happy with the sunbloom effect, all apart from that issue there. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's a good example of it. Because the sun is hitting the very bright thing. I'll see if I can fix it at some point. I also noticed that I've got a tier 1, but I've got a blue build gun. It should be green and green, not blue and green. Wolfie, it does. If a chunk is corrupted, there's nothing that's ever going to happen other than good luck. Sorry about that. But the it'll come to me. We make backups. We do CRC checks, and then we make backups of those. And the zipping, the compression, is a second or third layer of backup. I was like, "Yay! I found a rock, but it's a stalactite." Well, yeah, but you have to unzip it. It's quite important that you have to do the unzip part. Seek times on modern hard drives are infinitesimal. Like, I remember, I know people who still defrag, right? But when I started to defrag stuff, your seek time was in like the 15 to 20 millisecond range. Now seek time, under a millisecond, there's no point in defragging. It makes no difference at all. If you are running anything off an SSD, off a hard drive, don't buy an SSD. It doesn't even need to be big. Buy a 64 gig SSD. Buy a 32 gig SSD. The performance will be insane. Just insane. But the seek and the load, because don't forget, Wolfie, instead of loading a tiny file, we have to load a zip file. Let's just say the zip file's 90 megabytes. You want the last file in it, so you have to load it, have to load the header, zip to the end, load the rest of the file in. Then you have to decompress it. Then you have to find the file you want and pass it down. So accessing stuff within a zip file is a little slower the first time you access it in that session. Then it just stays on disk until until it goes to sleep. And hello, Hef. But yeah, what we do is we will decompress it, and then we assume that you're going to be using that one for a while, and we keep it decompressed. And then what it only compresses, or what's the rule? So when it's not been used for 30 minutes, I think, we compress it. So this stuff off here, it's growing and then it's gone to sleep. And once it's stopped growing, we're done. We don't care about it anymore. SSD down to nanoseconds? I don't know, I just... About 0.1 milliseconds seek time. 0.08. That's a very bad way of doing it. Once you're down to 0.08. 80,000 nanoseconds. Yeah, it's not quite nanosecond. 80,000 nanoseconds is a lot of nanoseconds. But you've got to the point where it's irrelevant. I mean, your RAM doesn't have a latency in the nanosecond level. I wish it did. But if you don't have an SSD, get one. It is just the biggest performance boost you will ever see on your computer. Like, bar none. Just unbelievable amounts of go. I still can't find any rocks. I still haven't got this number right, have I? I don't want to create another new world. I've done like 10 today already. If you are a performance whore and you don't care about disk space, you can use cache, no cache. So it won't compress. Or is it cache only? Oh shit. I'm probably set to compress when server is empty. I can't remember if you want cache or no cache. One of them will disable zip files. But you can actually get yourself a whole bunch of threaded performance back by disabling that. I disable it by default on people with dual core computers, and I do a little spit. Just like, get a proper computer. Okay, yeah, microseconds. Yeah, I'll give you microseconds. Nanos is a bit low. Wolfie, I have absolutely no idea because we use Ionic. I didn't write my own zip library, but we're going back to what we said earlier. Don't write your own stuff. I use the fairly industry standard .NET Ionic zip library. It's pretty good. I say unzip it. I actually think it unzips it to the disk and to memory. And I'm still not seeing any rocks here. Like, not a rock in sight. Plenty of grass, but no rocks. Fine. I'll change the numbers again. What did I do then? That should have made it bigger, so it was... It was 9.5 and 0.2. So we'll go to 925 and 0.2. Now, I'm expecting a lot of rocks now. I can never remember what the cache modes are. Sorry, I should do. One of them means no zips. Yeah, no cache means zips only. Cache only means no zips. I would recommend really just use compress on exit. But it doesn't affect your frame rate, and that's the important thing. Compress during play is fine. The only reason we even have the option there is if you're on a dedicated server, there's no point in spending all the CPU time compressing continuously. So what happens is, in those ones, when the server is empty and there's nobody on it, it compresses then. Well, Dismo, I think I've streamed every day now for about, I don't know, 10 days. So, don't know where you've been, man. Waiting. I'm going to go home. I also need to tweak this start area slightly because it's supposed to get darker like it's been scorched, but instead it tends to go brighter before it gets darker. I'm pretty good, actually. I'm just generated a new world. Skip the intro, obviously. Skip the tutorial, obviously. So now I'm running around waiting for my world to generate. I'm just trying to tweak the probability of rock spawns. So right now, I've managed to have way too many rocks, and I've managed to have way too few rocks. Now I'm just trying to find a more or less sweet spot. So we'll get a few of these little resource-bearing... Sorry. A few of these great big, few resource-bearing rocks. If you haven't been in a while, you'll also notice the game looks perhaps a little different from when you were here before. Because it does. Like, substantially and massively different, in fact. So I don't think anyone ever complained about No Man's Sky's visual appeal and their world generation. I need to go back to that. I actually need to sit down and fly around for another hour in No Man's Sky and just look at different planets, just to sort of refresh my brain about a bunch of things on it. But yeah, obviously No Man's Sky has a whole massive programming and art team. There you go, there's a rock, that's okay. I bet you there's two inside there. Oh, there we go, that's kind of what I want. The occasional cluster of a few. Oh. That's a bit too many. Okay, we're just going to let that go for a few seconds. Make sure it's not got anything else joined onto it. That's kind of what I wanted though, but that's, yeah, not quite. That's the other problem with making them quite big. They only have a single point that they actually care about. Oh. I don't know. Did I actually mess up the size of that one? I must. Oh, hold on. I've really messed the size of that one up. Look. Yeah, it's... Oh, what have I did? Okay. Yes, that's not quite right. That's a bit too big. The only drawback is that's the only pile of rocks I've seen so far. Just those. And then, of course, you wait around all day for a bunch of rocks and millions of rocks all spawned at once. But let's see what happens if I try and delete one. Yeah, that was one rock. I'll... that mentions the size of the rock formations. What's... yeah, that's not a good number, is it? Oh well. And delete my world. Stare bored and blankly into space again. But that looks alright. They're a tad monochrome. But I suspect what I'll do, as ever, I'll say to Todd, have a whoosh over them, see what we can do with them. But they look alright. They're pretty good for placeholders. I have a lot of stalactites and stalagmites to commit as well, still. Oh, kitty's upside down, kitty's upside down. Well, we don't have anything to see at the minute, so let's look at the cat for a sec. Oh, good timing, Mr. Ajax. Right, enough cat. See, tweaking that number... Actually... That is smaller. So you notice I've made that same cluster of rocks get smaller. Did I keep the picture? Yeah, so I'm standing... if I just go around to more the right place. Over here. Yeah. Some things will change, but that is a lot better. That's tightening up the inner threshold of when the two Perlin density fields cross over, and will allow a. It's still definitely too many though. Oh, I wonder why I got a ping. I didn't get a ping back. Oh, I'm standing on stuff I don't know. There we go. Yeah. Hold on, let me just scan that block so I can actually do a ping. Another one? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's what I was expecting to say. Oh, I wonder if I could use that to locate... Right, could I not scan these? Sorry, scan the ones. That's quite cool, actually. But let's assume that I haven't magically found the absolute worst case rock scenario, because that's too many. Again, that's yeah. That actually separated into two clusters, but again, we'll. So I want to reduce this again, and now we're up to 10 multiplier. 0.1, yep, 10. Okay. The master block doesn't drop the right... Wait, you get one invisible block. What do you mean you get one invisible block? I don't understand. In your inventory. I don't know. Just think, anybody I know there? I know him. I know him. There's probably more. What an awful way of doing a photo. Right. Okay, see now I've done it so that this rocks one doesn't do anything at all. That's too many. The problem is I'm trying to find numbers that I need to find one that's divisible. Oh, there we go. Nope, that's cool. That's kind of more what I want. Just one of these. They're nice and big anyway. I think there's actually 2 or 3 in there. Okay, Tomas, that is a bug. I can't remember how you tell a machine not to drop itself. It's probably what Hodor is doing as well. Right. Hopefully that's given me enough time. Boink. I don't know. I don't know right as they are. I'm going to have to put... So the grass, I'm going to be replacing some of these grass things with little rocks. Little teeny tiny rocks. These are supposed to be big, quite impressive looking rocks. You can see off from the distance going, ooh, and maybe they'll drop something occasionally nice. Like maybe they'll drop a crystal, something like that. What's the sapphire? Maybe I'll make it drop a sapphire. That seems like a good... that makes it be worthwhile going searching. Nice. Every time I notice the sun, it's about to sort of drop. Was that one? Actually, I am going to pop and grab me some more drink. You watch the cat while I'm away, and we'll let the world generate. Because it's still generating. It will takes about half an hour to generate the full half a kilometre around the player. So we'll just leave it go. Actually, I'll teleport back to the centre of the world because that makes more sense to generate around there than off there. So we're just going to teleport there. And we'll put it on orbit, and I'll be back in a minute or two. So enjoy the... It'll start moving in a bit. Back in a minute. Oh man, it didn't spin. Thank you. I got more biscuits, so I'm going to eat biscuits. If you're American, biscuits are not cookies. Biscuits are amazing, and cookies are just shit. I'm happy with the plants, though. The big ones. Happy with those. Did I fix the leaves? I can't tell. I suppose it's too new and other plants have grown. I've got the cheat mode turned off. But Revercum, I agree. I think it'd be quite cool to make these plants very hard and require a special tool to dig them up. I think that's a good idea. That won't happen for this patch. I don't think. Basically, when I have an idea, I need to sort of, I don't know, spend a day or a week or an hour or whatever sort of ruminating on the idea, going, you know, what are the pros and cons, what are the possible outcomes, what about that is a good idea, what about that is a bad idea. I like the idea. I mean, mostly I'm more concerned about keys and things. Next month, I'm also going to put some more work into the translation system. One guy just started to translate everything. I'm like, you can't just translate the XML files. That's not how it works. Because he wanted to make another copy of like terrain data. I'm like, yeah, but then we have 2 terrain data. That means I need to keep them in sync, and that's definitely never going to happen. Ruby Kids, did you want to come up? Yeah, okay. Oh, blimey. I looked at him and he just like leapt at me going, I need your lap. I need your lap. Okay, okay. Oh, who's a cuddly puss? Does he think he's getting fed? Does he think he's getting treats? Because he's not. Oh, wait, was that a rock down there? No, that was a stalactite. So they're about okay as well. The graphic is wrong, but it's good. Was that you, Spoink? You were so far ahead of the curve, man. It's totally a good idea, yeah, but you need to wait so much. Darn it. Yeah, this is the problem, of course. If you don't... No disrespect meant, but you don't know what you're doing. You know, you've never done that sort of thing before. And I know it seems sensible, but I have no support in code. So just things like, right, in the bottom left where it says, I'm teleporting to 555. This is considered cheating. Please build teleporters. I need to build that in. somewhere into the XML files. Use the scanner, M, to find copper ore, top right. That needs to go somewhere. CPH initializing, that needs to go somewhere. And all of these things all need to fit. Now, I'm totally planning on doing it. Well, as I said, that's kind of on the plan for next month, is just to begin that. So what will happen is it will show English, but where it has a translation set up, it will pull it in. So you might get the occasional word of Russian or French or whatever. And at that point, I'll make a very big call going, I'm really happy able to work on these. Let me know if you want to. That's quite cool. I'm liking that. However, I have a funny feeling that's one rock. Yep. I might need to decrease the inner one. Oh, fantastic. We're good, thank you. Oh, how are you? Hello, lovely. I like you. Or do I like you? Let's find out whether I like you or not. Oh dear, is that your face? It's not going well for you so far. WTF is this? Oh, fantastic. Tell me, how is puberty? Or haven't you got there yet? Yes, don't worry. I have people who want to do German, French, Portuguese, and Russian. You'll find it's okay. Let's Then you have screens like this, and they're going to be a horrible, horrible nightmare. Absolutely, holy shit! This is going to be a pain. Every mission will need to be turned into. It will be translated. Every report, every machine, every item. Everything. And I've said to people before, people are like, oh, you should translate it. Now, if I were to get this done professionally, I would estimate between 6 and 25 weeks to get it done, and about 20,000 euros per language. It's all right, Brian. I don't think Kotasik actually understood the insult, so we're going to have to wait a little while for him to catch up. I'm running in a cyan world with nothing at the end. About 20,000 euros to translate. Yep, per language. About that. That's my would be my ballpark figure for getting a company to do it properly. Per language, not once. Per language. Don't forget, I worked on AAA games for, oh god, I don't know, probably work out, 17 years, something like that. And I did audio. I dealt a lot with translations. 20,000 is a cheap translation. It's not a one-way thing. You don't just say, here's 20,000 euros, and then a week later you get it. They'll be like, what's this? Because, like, we've got words like ore extractor. That's fine. Then we have words like copper bar. That's fine. But then we have words like digistruct, which are not a real word. Nick, yeah, that's the other thing. So what will happen is if a word is not in the alternate dictionaries, you'll just get the English word on screen. So it might, if I add in silver, it will say in Russian, use scanner to find, then it will have the word silver in English, and then ore. This is not going to be an easy set of work. It's genuinely not. But I think it might be worth it, and it's quite easy. Like it's not hard. It's just long and tedious and boring. So it might be quite good to do if the adventure pack is causing me some grief. I can't find any rocks. I'm struggling, Nick. I'm either having massive piles of rocks or nothing. I think the density is about right. I think I need to increase the probability of a cluster. I think the clusters are about right. So let's try that. Delete my world again. So to increase the probability of the cluster, then we need to increase required rock density. We'll put that to 0.875. So we should get quite a lot more clusters, but hopefully quite small. Wolfie, it will use whatever language your Steam client's set to. Spoik, the reason to do it professionally is, many reasons. First of all, as I said, right, so don't get me wrong, Spoik, I'm sure you're very enthusiastic, right? Now, if I give you an XML file with the Russian in it, and there's 50,000 entries, 50,000, how do you think you'll get through before you'll get bored? And sure, let's say you did it. Go you, 50,000 entries, yeah. And then next month's patch come out and there's another 500 entries. You can't be bothered, yeah. Professionals you can rely on. Professionals, you're paying money. And again, don't get me wrong, I very much appreciate all the help everybody offers me. But do you remember the community handbook project? Yeah. I'm having to edit the handbook now because they've kind of stopped doing stuff. They've lost interest. And that's the problem with relying on volunteers, is they lose interest. They might have interest for a month or 6 months or a year, but if I release another patch for this game in a year's time, I kind of need people to still be doing that. If I added new machines, the expansion pack, the constructor bots alone, Jesus, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things. Joseph, it's nothing to do with the Unity's UI. Nothing at all. We don't use Unity's UI. We use NGUI, which is pretty good. UI is inherently a lot of work. It's alright, Nick, I'm used to it. Hey, there's a rock. Damn it. The problem is, if you get floaty rocks, it looks... Oh, it actually looks alright. Wolfie, if your Steam client is in Swedish, The assumption is that you want to read Swedish. I'm not even particularly sure how or where I would do that. But that's just the way I was going to do it initially anyway. It's the most reliable way, and it also means I can feed back via debug saying, hey, we have loads of people running the game in Finnish. We haven't even finished the port. Oh, come on. Generate! Thank you. Yeah, Nick, I took out the vertical generation of slices, but the intro is so designed to work around it that I had a hard time. I've had to put them back in, which is annoying. So if you watch, check this out. I've got a nice way of visualizing it. If I follow that there, okay, that's what we're actually generating there on the left. But see how much time it's wasting generating just air. I really wish we had a way to very, very quickly go no air. But you can see the sparkles there. Well, don't worry, once it's got support for language, you can say, oh, well, of course, you really want to play it in the original English to have the full effect. You know, be a proper hipster. Wolfie, is your Steam configured to Swedish, though? But in there, Nick, you can see how much time it's wasting just going... It's about a second of generating air. I don't know how quick that segment... I think that segment mesh does tick immediately. That's a big cluster of rocks. What, you mean something like the first thing you do is calculate the density each of four corners, and if it's all air, going, oh, like something that could much, much, much quicker decide if it's an air segment would speed things up just so much. It hasn't. No, it hasn't. A lot of it is just because you're running around. I did check. I've actually had a debug in. You can see we're taking 50 odd milliseconds to generate a segment. So what's that? 20 a second. The problem is 20 a second is that's a nice number. But the problem is we're not generating 20 segments a second. We're generating 20 segments a second, including most of those are air. That's the problem. Where the hell are those rocks? But yeah, Wolfie, I would just basically say if your Steam client's in Swedish, you want to read Swedish. If your Steam client is in Dutch, you want to read Dutch or whatever. There is a bug that we're not supposed to get these plants on here yet. That's a note for that one. Where is that rock? Not in front of me is the answer. I think it was that way. I'm just trying to think, Nick, are there situations where calculating the four corners would ever miss us anything? Oh, I guess we could get ones where you've got like, something like that. You might get a weird discontinuity. There we go. There's the... there it is. However, I would say still probably that's not in... Oopsie, not that far out. There's still probably not enough of those, is there? Trank, well, no. The problem is it generate that... Well, that's part of the issue. That's what I fixed. And that broke the... That broke the intro. It's because it starts at the top of the frustrum and goes all the way down to the bottom of the frustrum. So that's a long, long way. So if I put the camera there. See that stripe? Actually, no, I think it might just do it to my height. I think it stops. I think it goes from the top till it gets to me. And then other ones are, if it's lower than me, it does it differently, I think. But yeah, you can see it lazy. No, Nick, not anymore. Oh, yeah, but that's okay. So you mean in the rare situation where a segment is all air, but just entities? I think I can live without that. I think I would be okay. So you mean a situation where you've got like that there and then a plant injected there. I think I would be okay with that, actually. I'm genuinely considering it right now because I think that would be a dead easy fix. And also I keep regenerating the world so I can quickly see if that system's going to work. But we're spending, I would say, the majority of our time doing air. Damn, that looks good. Wolfie, if you don't run FortressCraft via Steam, then you are playing a pirate version of the game, and I have no time for you. See, I've got that one pile of rocks there, and that's the only one I think I've seen. Yeah, don't forget injections are different now, Nick. Like, rewritten, and the old ones are totally gone. And they might still be creative, but they're totally gone from survival. Now we don't have an injection manager. All of the crap we had is just gone. We now have is it machine entity? No, okay. We have an entity that actually injects itself at the appropriate time. And the injection manager was written before I think we had a lot of this stuff. Well, I've done all I can do. I mean, for each segment, I cache a 16 by 16 group of color because the color is 2-dimensional, not 3. And I mean, I'm just gonna have a quick look because I'm going to tweak that number up anyway. I want to tweak it up until I get fucking tons of them, and then tweak it back down again. Survival surface generator, yeah. I'm probably just going to hack this in just briefly because if it works, then great. But this is going to be a good way of just testing if we are getting some weirdness. But it is pretty quick. I mean, it is doing 20 a second. It's not bad for 65,000 of these. I'm going to have to start using regions more because I can't collapse stuff the way I'm used to in mono. Oh. Hey, what was going on there? Oh, can you not collapse regions? What's the point in having regions? You can't collapse them. That's just 2 words. Oh, maybe if I type in end region, that might do it. Ahem. There we go. Thank you. I was going to say. I don't know. Well, I've not had any issues with it. Have I thought about a different rendering algorithm? I'm trying to think what we actually calculate here. Ugh. Yeah, so we'd essentially need to run all this code 4 times. And if we get any of them back inside here, 8 times. Now, what are they? Ints, longs? Ints. So if this work, I can't actually visualize if it'll work, you see. So I don't want to spend a lot of time doing it in a really nice, neat, awesome way. I don't actually think it will necessarily go. And all we have to do is... What's wrong with that? Oh, shut up. Anything else? Data? How's data? See, I kind of wondered about this because we actually generate a hell of a lot of code anyway. We perform the range and do all that, and then we look at that. So I'm not actually sure whether or not we're going to be able to easily do that. We don't need to do those things. Density squared to return false. Return true. That should probably do it. So do we actually do anything? We already say cache has content true there. Otherwise, yeah. Also, looking at it, I suspect that this inject features function is quite expensive. To consider if cache.mb has content. Maybe. Int lb is air equals true if is cube air s comma 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma data comma flatland lb is air equals true equals wait, hold on. Yeah, equals false. lb is air equals false. Why are you... Oh, bool. And then we just need to do 4 for the top. 4 for the bottom. So that's... what a lovely number. It looks so neat as well. So we want to go 0, 0, pos 0, 0, pos, 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 and then copy all of those. And then we also need to do y set to that. So y, 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 y. So that should check the 4 corners. If lb is there, return. That's it, I think. Done. But looking at it as well, I don't think there's any point in trying to inject features into a pure air segment anyway. I think that'll be a big jump, and with only a very minimal amount. And delete the world, yes. So this might work, might not work, might crash, might just go thingies. Wolfie, the highest priority is the strip of blocks in front of you. The problem is it can take between 1 and 2 seconds to generate the other strips of blocks that it's already doing. I mean, index right there. Yeah, okay. Index is out of range. Okay. Is cube air? Oh, that's interesting. What did I do wrong then? To be fair, those are the same, but that was a mistake. So we do x plus 0, x plus border 0, 0, 0, x plus border 0, x plus border. Yup. Oh, minus 1. Of course. Yeah, possibly not, Nick. I'm hoping that I will. Well, I'm hoping I will also do the injection. There's no point in spending time injecting things into pure air segments on the chance that the segment beneath them. Actually, no, that won't work. We can't inject into a pure segment. Oh no, we can't. Yeah, because we actually generate 1 purlin extra, don't we? -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. Because that's what the double purlin border is. Right. But yeah, literally, Wolfie, the set of segments that it generates are the ones closest to the player. The issue is purely the because it has to. Well, it currently generates a stripe, and I took that code out, but then I realised how incredibly heavily the frickin' intro relied on it. That's quicker. Not as quick as I would have thought. I agree, Nick. I could, but so far, so good. That's definitely quicker. Definitely. It's not as quick. It's still not as quick as I would have thought. So I don't know whether or not it's waiting on another thread or whether or not that thread only runs at a certain rate. But yeah, I understand there might be some issues, which is why I wanted to do this. But let me also say that if there's no content, if cache dot, that's not how you spell cache, it's like slightly spelled cache, maybe has content. The intro relies on it because what happens if I took it out, it eventually gets there. I did spend like half a day reworking. I fixed a lot of things. It's much improved. But what essentially happens is it doesn't get to the floor in enough time because it basically what it does is it does this entire massive strip from high to low. Which is a shame because it was more responsive, not generating all the fucking air. I mean, it makes sense why Martin implemented that, but it doesn't apply anymore. Oh yes, that's definitely quicker. Look at that. That's dropping quickly. And that takes us down to, so we're now about an average time of about a third of what we were. With a combination of those two changes. Still not saying that, Nick, you couldn't do it better. Sure you can. See, it's things like that. That was a bad choice. The new intro had to do strips, or it never got round to generating the floor, and eventually it did. Sorry, but it could take like 2 minutes to actually get around to that bit. That said, this will also help. I would say I can't outrun this anymore. That's a significant difference. I can almost outrun it. But that's much better. Oh, there we go. No, I did outrun it. But I say I can almost outrun it, which is better than what I previously had, which was I could easily outrun it. Now, there we go. I take it. Oh, no, that's right. The max height the generation can generate, there is a potential, Wolfie, to theoretically clip it off. Like hard code and maximum height. There isn't currently any sort of hard-coded thing like that. Oh, it will absolutely be better in a release build. Yeah, there's no two ways about that. Of course it will. That's a silly question. But if I'm struggling to outrun it, that's what I want. Like, I have to try. And it's also doing a fair old bit around me, too. The main improvement, though, has been the frustum shift in 16, not 48. The drawback is there is definitely more load on the system. Because it will drop things more often. And if you just pause it a sec, we can see that we've... Yeah. Maybe you can sort of see where it's... Spoink, why did you just say the word jetpack? You don't get the jetpack in the game till about hour 20 or 30. And at that point, your world is already generated. I've also said I'm not grappling like a nutter. I'm definitely outrun it with a grapple. I'm sure that's better. Let me rephrase that. That's better. And so far, no obvious screw-ups. But yeah, we might end up with mountains clipped off a flat top. Yeah, like theoretically here. Now, in fact, yes. How did this one? Oh no, because that corner's on. Yeah, the lower corner is in something. There we go. There, that looks like a chopped off one. Yeah. And it fucks it up entirely. Oh well. Yeah, I'm not surprised because that means that the under one generated with the assumption the over one would have visibility. So, good idea. Not... However, I suspect that second fix is also... I'll just leave that and by there. I will let my brain continue to think see if there's any other options for that. I suspect, though, not checking for injections is probably quite cheap too. Yeah, Nick, I was hoping for a flat top. That would have been okay. And that's the mountain we should have had. Let's turn the debug on and what we're at to now. Yeah, that's you can see we're getting we're up to a bit more. Hold on, let me increase the smoothing on that. Height. Where is it? Where is it? Here somewhere. Average gen time. That's the one. Not that one. I profiled that one, and it turns out it's irrelevant. It's like a couple of milliseconds. The visual generation is incredibly quick now. It's that one. Let's try 25, and it's that minus. Yeah, that should now smooth it much more heavily rather than just doing an average of the last two. No, no, there isn't actually. Sorry, Tomas, there isn't. Well, Nick, it needs to be quick enough doing that to be worth doing it. like I said, you need to save enough time by doing that to outweigh the overhead of doing it all the time, just to see if that makes sense. I mean, probably something like sampling a few points. What I've done is obviously a lot cheaper, but still not good enough. Not doing the injections will have definitely got me a bunch of time. All right, let's have a look at the time now. There we go. I've got a much better average, so 80 to 90. And that'll go up underground and then less up in the air. Yeah, Tomas, again, you haven't told me which build you're on. If you're talking about New World, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the generation is different. And if you were looking in a world created in 16.7, I think, then tunnel nukers couldn't actually destroy rock trees, so you wouldn't get any organic rock at all. Nick, I think what would also really help is if the game, when the frustum is baked, it just started to pull in extra segments around it and just generate them and then write them straight to disk. That's one of the problems, serious ones that Astroneers has got, is it doesn't do that. It only generates for about 30 meters around you. So if you hang around in one area for half an hour and then teleport somewhere else, or start to move, it just goes, oh shit, and starts generating. We're a bit better, so as long as you hang around your start base for 10-15 minutes, it's usually pretty good. But yeah, I am sure that those stripes are quicker than they were. That's good. I mean, to be quite frank, you can do this in Minecraft. You can still run the shit there. And that's amazing that they've never managed to get that to a decent level. The real solution, though, is to pre-generate all of the Perlin caches on the GPU. Like, absolutely. Because in this case, what we've got here is I'm still having to rely on the Perlin having been run here. I suspect that is the slow part. I mean, what you're saying is generate a single octave Perlin range, check that, and then run forwards. Totally yes. But if you could get that all done on the GPU, that would happen in 1/10 of a millisecond instead of 100. But my worry is, obviously, when people start up the world and they just see this like that. It's alright, what's that, a while? And I guess it's time for me to start looking for rocks. Come on, thank you. Yeah. No rocks. Not yet. It does. Oh, no. The problem is, Nick, that when we actually go, please generate this frustum, it starts at the top and starts generating stripes downwards. And if I change that, in the intro, it doesn't. It kind of starts to generate from the top downwards in the other direction. I did change the way it does. It picks stuff, so it now puts the frustum in one place and puts the frustum in the other. It's a lot better than it was. Even taking into account the fact I've made the intro take about 20 seconds less than it used to. I mean, I can show you. Obviously, that's easy enough. Because don't forget, previous to this, we would generate nearly everything and then start the intro, which was mental. Now, we start the intro as soon as we can. So the difference is 30 seconds quicker on the first game. I think rewritten's a bit of an overstatement. Slightly improved. So we're loading. We're checking the world version now. Loading player data. Now the intro has started. There you go. There's our first segment already. That's how quickly we start. We're locating the impacts. It's currently generating the frustum probably here around where the impact is. Now there we go. The impact will be there. But that entire frustum has to load and be generated for it to move on to the next one. Still generating the impact. Oh, we're running out of time. Still generating the impact. Waiting for the explosion. Explosion happens. That's a fixed 3 seconds. Spawn base done. Because it has to pull in this entire freaking frustum, which I'm sure is way too big. Yeah, because we request a frustum the size of the explosion, which is 17 meters, times 2 times 1. And it bloody well wasn't, was it? Hey, I didn't write this shit. Don't look at me. I'm not going to rewrite everything from scratch and end up spending a week doing this. This was... But I don't understand why it needs to be... Well, okay, I do. So that is going to be 16 divided by 16 plus 1. So the dimension is 2. So this has a... Hold on. Oh yeah, we request a world frustum that's 5 segments by 5 segments? By 5 segments, so 25. I'm pretty sure it was bigger than that. I don't think it's generating the player frustum at that point. The player doesn't exist for most of it as well. It's just that, in my opinion, watching it, this segment is ready sooner than this. Oh, God. Yeah, well, there you go. When I just find it, there's... I don't know. Apparently 1 match found. Yeah, 36 places we use it. I'm not going to start fucking with that. Try again and check what, sorry. And then we just wait until... we wait until the frustum is done. Pop breakpoint there, though, and see how big it actually turns out to be. It looks like it should be a 5 segment by 5 segment frustum, because it's explosion size divided by segment size plus 1 times 2. Again, I'm looking at it going, that seems a little bit big, but even so, that's not that big. Okay, so intro where's my... no, that needs to go on this here. I can't see anything like that. No, why would I ever want to do that? Okay. Okay. So for the intro frustrum, has 125 segments in it. So it's 5 times 5 times 5. It's probably generated most of it now. No, maybe not. I mean, that's definitely more than 5 along that way. And I'm pretty sure that's definitely more than 5 that way, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So I would hazard a guess it's also generating the player frustrum. That's my guess. There's no priority system, I don't know. I don't know why it would be doing the player frustrum for preference or this one for preference, whether it round robins them. I've never seen any code to deal with that. I mean, that's fine, but I just would like to, yeah. Yeah, create or find segment from creation request queue, wherever the hell that is. Oh, that's creating the segment, creating the frustrum. Okay, where do we actually service it? I kind of want the ability just to say, yeah, I think I want the ability to say player frustrum does not go at this point. Which could be done. Tell the player frustrum not to generate purlin yet. That's the solution. I don't think we can, though. I don't think there's any sort of... Oh, was it gen complete? MB gen complete? MB gen? Gen finished? Needs gen? Oh, what is it? It's here, it's in the intro. Update up. Update waiting. Is it waiting for explosion? Nope. T'other one. Generating impact. That's it. Requires gen. That's the one. Oh, I see. That's a frustrum base. Fine. Yes. So the frustrum, the player frustrum could switch off. Requires gen. That seems... What could go wrong? But no, we can't. Not there, because at this point, yeah, we actually do this before we have a player. That's one of the changes, is this happens way sooner than it used to. It's not until we spawn the player. Where do we set that? here. Where is this? Just somewhere in the middle of World Script. World Script start game. Okay. And to be honest, I think I can just... That's network player data. That's spawning. This is the point where we create it. Then mplayer frustrum dot requires gen equals false. Because this point we know that the game has never completed the intro sequence, and then wherever we set that to true, the intro manager. It's also the point at which the world script.instance.playerFrustrum.mb requires gen equals true. That should be nice and straightforward. Because I said what used to happen is it used to generate the world, spawn the player, and then start the intro. And that was a good 30 seconds or more into the game. What could go wrong? So I've just got an email from Odeon, which is, I don't know if it's worldwide, but it's a UK cinema chain, certainly. With some exciting news. You can now enjoy standard tickets for just £4 before 5 p.m. And I'm like, that's not too bad. That's quite a good offer. With its great price, you'll have plenty of opportunity to watch the likes of Manchester by the Sea, Live by Night, and Trainspotting, too. Are you desperate for people to go to the cinema because you don't have anything good coming out? I'm sure Trainspotting 2 will be good and all, but it's not really worth going to the cinema to see, is it? Like, I get to Ewan McGregor big. There's no explosions or lightsabers or robots. Meh. Okay, loading data. Hello, more bits. And, come on, our first segment. Oh, no, we haven't generated any segments yet. There we go, there's our first one. That's still way too big, isn't it? Look. Wow. However, oh no, it looks like it's generating in the right place a bit more anyway. Well, yeah, that's about the same. That's plenty big enough, though. Huh? More bits. Different seeds or a different world. Like, literally. Different seed, different world. Yeah, Nick, that's because I'm streaming and I'm running split screen. If I stop streaming, I get like... If I stop streaming and I run a debug build, a non-debug build, I get 4 times the frame rate. I don't know why that didn't work. I'm surprised and saddened. So, Nick, if you want to start up OBS and I want you to capture 60 frames a second 1080p video and send it to the internet... Oh, right. Ask me next month, more bits. Mordelm, what were you... Oh, were you on Fabulous in Editor? just to check. I'll also commit just in case I had something outstanding. Oh, I have a lot outstanding, so I can't currently commit. I'll commit everything apart from that. Yeah, I mean, if I put it on good, I don't actually know if that'll affect the intro. It probably, no, it will do, because if you're on good, for instance, that means that your vertical height of your frustrum is massively smaller. I don't know why that fix didn't work. I really think that should have. The player segment shouldn't be generating. Like, absolutely shouldn't be. But yeah, I'm on good now. But as you can see, the height of it is way, way, way smaller. I always wanted Martine to have frustrums non-regular. They only need to be maximum 128 meters vertically. Yeah, there you go. No problem. I'm miles ahead now. I've still got 7 or 8 seconds of intro left. That's quite a nice starting shot. But yeah, it's not a bad change what I've done. It just didn't. It might be helping, just not as much as I'd thought. I'm just surprised. That looks like the issue. It looks like it's generating 2 frustrum at the same time. I don't know why. Okay, so complete intro. If I don't get more rock formations this time, I'm gonna tweak it back even more. I kind of want you to be always defined about 4 rock formations. Yeah, on a whole world. Oh yeah. If you kill it in editor, that's what happens. By the way, you end up with the tutorial and the game at the same time. But that's only if you kind of blat it. Edit, project settings, quality. On good, I've got no problems. On good, straight through, absolutely fine. On fabulous, I struggle just because I'm generating so much freaking air. Obviously, it's edit settings, project quality. Yeah. Yeah, I'm generating the impact still. I say that as it appears. There you go. Wait for explosion. So that's a 3-second wait. There we go. Oh, did that just flick off rather than fade out? I'll be annoyed. I spent so long on that thing. Fade up. 2, 3. Did it bloody? You don't actually have to move for most of the intro now. Like, literally, you can spin on the spot until this part here. But yeah, as you see, on that one, that's fine. It's done a pretty good job of generation. Okay. Yeah, Nick, if you get latest, Nick, I have committed that change. So you can work out if I've done something stupid. But as far as I can see, I was... when I create the player frustrum, I say, nope, you don't generate. And I if we haven't done the intro. And then I run the intro. But I've no idea why that wasn't the issue. Okay, let's not do that many. I mean, hopefully the player starts off by, doing the little hollow tutorial at its base, and then he'll ping unknown and goes, oh, what's that? Oh, let's dig up. And then he'll start to do this bit at the beginning. Oh, I need to open the handbook. Oh, that's cool. There's stuff in the handbook. It doesn't help, by the way, that the slightly flatter world, the more open world, means you tend to be able to see a bit further. And I still think I might need to make the fog a little thicker. I think that's also been a bit of an issue. Yeah. Look at them down there. When you say French toast, do you mean eggy bread? I think that's what Americans call French toast is what we call eggy bread. And eggy bread is awesome. If I had bread and I didn't have curry ready for tonight, I might even have had eggy bread. But like now, on good, I'm seeing what I would call visual artifacts popping away. It's because the draw distance is higher. Oh, and that review of that guy, by the way, actually slagged off the draw distance, going, you can barely see anything in front of your face. So like, you can see for fucking miles. What game have you been, like, yeah, sure, in The Witcher you can see further, and in Fallout, but that's because fundamentally they're massive pre-baked worlds. I mean, to be fair, Astroneers does a good job of making you think you can see to the horizon. I don't know what stuffed French toast is. It kind of vaguely sounds like you've got an omelette sandwich. But in my opinion, Nick, a lot of the solution would be not having such massive vertical frustrums. I would say having a frustrum half the height, but the same width, is a much better aspect. Even when going straight down, there's just no gain to this shape. I dread to think how much code makes bad assumptions about set frustrum size, though. Hopefully none. I think we've always been generally pretty good. Still no rocks. But I do also bear in mind I'm running on quite a fast computer. Even with all the overhead of OBS and everything. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Well, I possibly could. I don't see why this didn't fix it, though. I'm very sure that didn't fix it. If I go back to Fabulous, so I've got massive player frustrums. Have another look. And I'll also change the sparkles. Is that one? No. What? Oh, really, Martine? Can't find the... Where the hell did the orbs come from? Yeah, so just saying the size of the frustrum there. I'm just trying to work out what the hell that's generated. Really? So, hold on, I can't find it anywhere in the code. It's called Sparklies, I'm sure of that. Update Sparkly. Sparklies is Sparkly instance, which is Sparkly prefab. Which is part of world script. Oh, which is called node load marker. Emit from edge, speed, add component to destroy in... Oh. I don't have a script for editor only. How strange. Oh, well, I won't keep that one. All right, hopefully then this should give me a slightly better clue, assuming I didn't screw it up. Which I might have. We'll see. Yeah, so that's definitely generating a much bigger frustrum than I told it to, isn't it? And player frustrum dot requires gen. So that shouldn't. I don't. Actually, let's put that. Can't work out that. Yeah, but it's not the intro frustrum deck. That's my point. I think it's still generating the player frustrum. I'm really sure it's still generating the player frustrum. Hence, I'm just printing it out now, going, why are you doing that then? That would explain why the changes that I was making, didn't feel like they were particularly efficient. And I felt they should be. Okay, it's set to true. Nice. Why is it set to true? Yeah. Things like, apparently, I know that's if it failed to load. No, I take it back. That's fine. Sunny, what set you to true then? Oh, okay. I need to wait till after the populate. I mean, to be honest, I could probably just do intro manager.instance.intro state not equals to no, hold on. So if the intro manager is not null and the intro manager state is not complete, then the flare frustrum has to wait. And it's an M intro manager? Game manager dot instance dot intro manager. There it is. I'm sure the state was I was wrong. So if we have an intro manager running and it's not completed, the player frustrum is off. And I don't know what switches it back on. I think, to be honest, just having machines in the segment will switch it back on. We may get the occasional arguing back and forth and something switching on. But we'll see. And I might drink. May actually treat myself to coffee. I feel like coffee. Ha ha, I look like it too. Very good. Very good. Right, there we go. See what we get. Sleepy Kitty is sleepy. Other Sleepy Kitty has actually broken his box. Yes, it's not generating any segments yet. Visuals. Now, there is every possibility, by the way. There's every possibility that it won't actually generate them because there's no graphics. So I think only the player frustrum will generate graphics. Thinking about it. But it actually has failed to spawn the player so far. So that hasn't worked. Is that with my fix to improve the smoothing? Yeah, so that doesn't work because at some point we need to... What's that second one? World state.load. Okay. It's the first one I should have looked at. Oh, the second was locating base. Yeah, so, so here's the problem, Nick. At this point, it's hanging up on locating base if I disable the... It hangs up on locating base if I disable the player frustrum. So it managed to locate impact, generate impact, and then not locate the base. Oh, that might actually be my fault then. If it did those, that's good. Because that means that... no, not... that means that I probably just haven't pushed this frustrum to the right place, because it does a frustrum shift. No, but it fixed the timing. It fixed the timing average thing. So we're generating impact. That's fine. That's what I'd expect. Yes. Instance objects do not give a fuck about whether or not the frustrum is a graphics frustrum, just about range to the player. Yeah, so we're stuck on locating base. I don't think the player can spawn, because I don't think the player's frustrum is ever generated. Oh no, yeah, so we spawn the player when our entry position doesn't return null. And that's the thing, at this point, this is probably where I need to switch on the player generation. One solution that is probably better than this is so a frustrum can specify the maximum range. So the frustrum can be bigger, but then only spawn a bit. Possibly. But, yeah, we're getting to this point. That segment isn't being generated, but should have been. Because segments are shared between frustrums. So, when we were locating base, I think it was. So locating base, that is where we reposition if it doesn't do that, we pop up a warning and we actually move the frustrum. Which I actually think we do. Yeah, intro frustrum doesn't contain impact coordination, impact coords, and therefore we shift the frustrum. And then we wait for the base to spawn, and that means that I don't know. And then we reshift if for any reason. We search too far out, which we're probably not doing, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I do. This piece of code here is waiting until this segment at enter pos, good name, is ready, and that is 000. Update locating base has popped up an interesting message here. All right, yeah, because the question was, yep, that's fine, and then we performed a shift to compensate, and at this point, I'm a bit surprised that that isn't enough. Now we might. It's locating base is probably. What? Thank you. Because the base bit's always been fine. The problem has been the impact bit. It took so long to go, yep, that's a valid impact. I don't know if any of you people are Imgurites, by the way, but Imgur is broken today. And when I say Imgur is broken, I mean stuff like this is on the front page right now. They broke their voting system last night and they haven't fixed it. Yes, at this point we are generating segments, that's fine. You can see we've done like 200. Come on. So then what's doing? I'm sure it's doing something. It nearly always is. I'm not sure I've set it to true. Okay. But in a second, I suspect I'm just going to undo this and just be done. That seemed better. So main thing I'm doing here is I'm allowing the generation that does work to happen first and then switching across to the one that kind of doesn't work so well. No, Nick. It's not. That one's not quite that straightforward. See what we get, and I'm not spaffing particles all over it. A spring load, I'm pretty good, but I have no idea where you may have posted that. One more run just for luck. That seemed to be good though. If you quit during the tutorial and come back in, yeah, but that's not a problem. I don't give a shit. Why is that a problem? Oh no, you don't get to see the panels, so what? No, it's exactly the same as it ever was. Yeah, but yeah, split it, I don't care. I think it's somewhat better. I think I'm giving it a few seconds of the smaller frustrum. It's enough. Now we're back to the big one, but just its little ones, and that would seem to be enough to get it forwards. And like we're totally ready now. Wait for the explosion. No, sorry. Is your problem that you don't see the pop-up panels if you quit the intro during the game? And you want me to spend time trying to make sure that all the states match up, no matter what state the disc is in, for the one person in a million who goes, "Oh fuck this! I'm not playing the game anymore." No, I don't care. Actually. I care much more about the fact that under some circumstances you might be stuck on the intro while your PC's being shit and doing the wrong thing. As opposed to people who decide they don't want to play the game anymore. That's quite a long way down in my list of things I give a shit about. I care much more about the fact when they do complete the intro, if they can't see very much. That's way, way more important than the 1 in a million people who decide to quit. The only reason you quit during the intro is because you're messing around with New World tests. It's not something anyone actually does, but it means what? They get to complete the tutorial and they don't get the panel. So what? The panels only came in this month, and so far 100,000 people have coped without them. What am I missing here? I must be missing something. And still no rocks. But I still don't see what the issue is. So what if they don't get the pop-up panels? Those pop-up panels have only existed for a week, so they'll just, worst case scenario, unless I misunderstand something, is they'll play a tutorial that's the same as it was a week ago. Because they quit during the tutorial sequence. And we're getting plenty of stalactites. Seriously? To pre-patch 16 version, if you quit the tutorial part way through and you come back in, then what? You don't get the tutorial panels. Okay. You do realise what you've done is you've done this thing where you've gone, I found a bug, I found a bug, I found a bug, I found a bug, me, found a bug. Yeah, I know. Okay. Describe the bug. Oh, if you do this obscure thing and this really unusual thing here and this odd combination of circumstances here, it goes wrong. Oh, and how many people experience this? At least 3 people. Okay. Right now, right? No one gets any fucking rocks. This affects 100% of people. That's why that's an important bug. I understand you found something, but it's not important. I can find so many bugs in every game I've written. Commercial, non-commercial, AAA, indie, everything. The question is, how many people does this bug affect? If it affects fuck all people, which is what you're describing, it doesn't matter. If it affects everyone, then it's critical priority. Absolute highest priority. Scaled by a bunch of other things. But I understand you found a bug, and thank you, and great, but I don't care, and just forget about it. It's not important. People seem to think that finding bugs is the hard part. I can sit here and I could list 1,000 bugs in this game. 10,000. I can list 1,000 bugs in every game I've ever written, worked on, or played. That doesn't mean that they should all be fixed. And if you've got, unless you've got an infinite amount of time and an infinite amount of people, in which case, an infinite amount of RAM, go for it. But at this point, it just doesn't matter. What does matter is I have an entire generation system for rocks that look good and really help make the game pop, and they're not generating. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, but Springwood, it's not just you. I'm not having a go at you. People do this a lot. They go, I found a bug, and because I found it, you must treat it as the most important thing ever. And it really grates after a few years. Like, okay, well done. The best one is when people list bugs that have been fixed for ages, and they go, oh, I haven't played it in a while. Hervig, I've had no reports of Linux freezing. And I had one. I had one guy, and I asked him to try build, and then he never responded.
Do we keep the... No.
But yeah, Springer, I promise it's not something that you're doing particularly different to everybody else. It just happens a hell of a lot. And usually, if it's a bug I'm worried about or I'm interested in, I will immediately ask you for more information. Other than that, it's much more likely I'll be like, I'll think about it. As far as I know, at this point, well, that bit won't have changed. All I do is I pop up extra panels. It looks like it goes wrong if I quit at the beginning of the tutorial, but that's because I'm not quitting via the quit function. I'm nuking the process. Okay, some people take comments like that as directed at them, and I'm like, no, obviously, going, you've done this. He goes, no, I haven't. I'm like, not actually you, not physically, literally you as the only person who's ever done this. People, in general, them. Nick, if you put a breakpoint or a crash on a thread, you'll lose the mouse permanently until you restart the Unity editor. Still no rocks. Did I really just break this? Oh. This was supposed to be the easiest thing. Survival surface generator. The problem is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it working. And then what will happen is I will... I'll get it just about to the point where I'm happy with it. Oops, 7. And then what will happen is someone will go, my entire world is nothing but rocks. Three years? 3 years? 3? Years. That would be nice. Hang on, let's have a... Try... where's the first video of it? 6 years ago. There's the first ever video of FortressCraft. I'm like... Not FortressCraft. This was a first thing of... a vid engine. World delete segment. But I think it will be. It's either 8 or 9 years come March. I can't remember what it is. Oh, and Unity's died on me. So when I indicate how much I would like patrons to help me out, people to help me promote the game. This game has been my life for a very, very long time. I mean, I've done other things, but really, really, this game is my what's the word? Not my muse. There's a term for it. My labour. No, what's it called? When someone creates something amazing, it takes them ages and ages and ages. Not a muse, not a folly. I can't remember. Somebody you know, like a Greek person, like a Greek, not someone from Greek, like an ancient Greek person. They're maybe it is their labours. I can't remember. No, I don't think it's a wonder. It's like a labour that someone spends 20 years making. It's not masterpiece. It's not labour. It's not wonder. It's like a slightly odd word. Folly is when you do it and it's a bad one. So like if this was my folly, that would mean that it didn't do very well. But it's not a folly. I've totally forgotten what it is. Now, Utopia is just a perfect place to live. Right, I'm going to let that generate, and I'm going to feed the cats and get myself a drink. Now I'll be back in a moment. I'm just trying to work out what I'm going to do with the evening, because tomorrow I'm away all day. I'm in London. Doing a talk. If you're in London, you want to come and see me. I don't know if you can. I don't know if it's public, but you're quite welcome. Obs. So I'm away all day tomorrow. Thursday, will be doing Adapter because I have got some presentation stuff to work on that one. So I'm trying to work out whether or not I want to take a break like soon and have dinner and come back, or just scoff food while I work, or what. Anyway, let's let the world gen. I'm going to check. You have a look at my giant spinny things, and I will feed the cats. Oh, did I wake you? Did I wake you? Did I wake you? And would you like me to put some things in your mouth? Hey. Brush your teeth at some point. Come on, ratbags.
I went downstairs, fed the cats, came back up, and realised I forgot my drink. Magnum opus is not the right word, but it is also the right word.
I'll rephrase that.
Magnum opus is not the word I was thinking of, but it is the right word. Alright. Really essential cave.
Yes, Tad, that wasn't actually a bug. I just commented out some code for testing. Look. I'm more concerned now about the rocks being gone. Like, I'm really surprised I'm not seeing just wall-to-wall rocks. Right, not a single one, leading me to begin to wonder if I've actually done something really stupid. Attach Unity debugger. Right, still nothing. That seems... Okay, so why not? What's our density? Oh, Oh God, what is this horrible program? Where is my... Right, why would I want that? I want this whole... Oh God. Right, fine, whatever. Okay. Density is 0.3. Required rock density is 0.7. I have totally lost where I... Screw you. Density is 0.3. Feature density... I think what I might have done is I might have made the density on average smaller than 1 meter, which means we'll just never hit it. So the other thing I can do then is I will double that. Now, if I double that right now, and we're going to check, I expect to see a huge amount of rocks. And if that's the case, I'll reduce the other number. Just trying to balance these two blasted numbers. And it's a pain because it takes obviously so long to then delete and then regenerate the whole world. But I expect to see many rocks. Yes, Tomas. All of those are somewhere on Andy's list, but Andy is not a full-time employee. I wish he was. He is a student. Oh man, this just takes so long. And so I did read an article about how they approached this in No Man's Sky. They got the same issue. They actually had machines that overnight would just visit thousands of planets and take thousands of screenshots, and they just review the screenshots in the morning. I'm, again, very surprised. Red, I thought red was the lowest of the ones, but red appears to be quite hilly. Unless I broke that. Each biome does have a different set of values for how hilly it is. From the looks of it, though, green is quite flat, and red is quite hilly. Nick, do you have big ones and little ones, by the way, or just little ones? I can't see. Let me just check I'm not accidentally. Okay, I found a rock, so they are still spawning. Let me guess, a shit ton of them all spawn at once though, right? Yeah, I don't understand, Nick. See, if you have a little one, that means that you've spawned the skin. And it should have thrown an error. I don't know. Is the easiest and straightforward response at this point. Yeah, because that means, Nick, that you've spawned an object. Can you show me a picture of your... Hold on. I'm just trying to work out if your instance's wrong, because that's the problem I had, is the instances were just slightly wrong. And I've had the instancer prefab screw up a lot, and I'm not really sure why. Still not seeing any fucking rocks though. Right, let's test assumptions. All blocks will now spawn that. So, unless I've made a mistake, every single tile should now spawn a rock. Okay. Expecting many rocks now. Okay, so that's okay. Not obviously not right, but if I get the numbers right, we do have plenty of scope for rocks. Little bit surprised that there isn't every single one. Literally every single tile. I don't understand, Nick. Like, that means that your sport. I mean, you can pop a breakpoint in the survival injection and see what you're getting. Yeah, because the little ones just mean that you've entered the survival injection. Oh, for fuck's sake! Hold on. That means you've entered the survival injection entity. Yeah, but that means you've entered the survival injection entity. You've then picked... that means that your scale offset was bonkers. So that means you weren't of type glow tube, glow tube tube, glow tube 3, large rock, large rock, large rock. But that should have thrown an error, either saying can't use this or can't use this. I don't think we default to that, do we? No. And these are all okay. Or you're spawning a rock. But no, these are fine. They're the three things, and there's the little rocks. I don't understand. The problem is, if you're seeing it, somebody else will go out and see it in the world, yeah. No, he's just had dinner. Now it's time to clean himself because he's covered in food. Him being a cat. Oh shit! I pressed F5. You don't want to do that. Oh, fuck off! Stop! How do I say stop? There's no stop button. It's compiling. Don't do that. Okay, Unity, stop! Stop! See, the positioning's okay. I just need to essentially reduce the chances of it happening. Just wait for Unity now to come back to life. surface generator.
I'm just going to change that one. So now this will attempt to inject a rock everywhere where the density is less than 0.2. That means I need to scale up by 5 to match.
Otherwise, we won't get the variety of rocks. World segments.
Sorry, Tomas. Yeah, Andy's an engineer by trade. Oh, well, he's a student by trade, but he's like an engineer.
Okay, see, that's already surprised me.
These definitely have a chance to spawn them, and they haven't spawned rocks.
Though we're still generating. Ho hum.
As soon as you crashed again. There we go. Right. Okay, so that means we're never getting a dense... Oh, no, there's a few. There's a few. And that's the problem, is we've now got too many. Like, we've got too dense a clump. Because it's like this. If you see this pattern here for the grass, it should be a similar thing. Damn, that looks good. Look at that. Slime just alert, it just fell down and then took some damage and died. Owned. Oh, this is very frustrating. Okay, that's fine, but I need them to be less. Now that would mean that I would say that I need to decrease that one. So I'm just pulling out stuff from the middle of the density, which means I'm reducing this number again. World segments. Now he's gone to sleep. He's had his clean. Don't worry, see if his system's around somewhere. Wow, that took long enough. I forgot what I changed now. I've now decreased the scale. So this should mean that only effectively only the inside. So you can see the shapes these make. And that's high density and this is low density. And I'm trying to say only here. but that seems to completely ruined. Like they're all gone. Maybe it's that fine a balance. You know, it's possible. Now, I don't think I can divide 100 by 15. 6. This number again. I'm very tired of doing this, by the way. I'm going up and down, and I can't seem to find that sweet spot. Maybe there's one. Ironically, it's nestled in quite an ugly way. But that is better. I basically to tune it up and down so the majority of the time it's about the right number. Sometimes you'll get crazy clumps, and sometimes you just go miles with nothing. I'm just trying to hone in on the approximately correct number. I think that looks great. That looks absolutely spot on. Once these are done, I get the freaking stalactites and the little rocks. I haven't had a chance with all the other things going on today. As always. Nick, it's probably so. I think you're clicking on it in the scene. You need to select it in the project. So in the scene is kind of like a thing that's called GlowTuber 1, but that's not actually, and that might be called, Bob Frog, whatever. The GlowTuber 1 I'm talking about is in the project. So assets, alien packs, alien flora, models. Okay, on stream. That. But in the project, not the hierarchy, the project. Not in the scene. Scene is the hierarchy, in the project. And when you do that, then your inspector will show like this. That should be why.
I'm only guessing that's what it is because, as I said, the bug I had was essentially spawning a rock with the sizes. But as you can see, I don't have any problems, but I'm really reaching for what it could be, causing you to have the tiny trees. But yeah, it's certainly working for me. Oh, there's a rock. Yeah. No, definitely not right. Dear God. Jesus. Okay. All right. Maybe I need to pull this. What I want to be careful of doing is not ending up with like patterns of rocks, like purlin patterns, by picking a thingy. But what I might do then is say if it's less than 0.25 and greater than actually, what do we do for these ones? We say greater than 0.6. If we greater than 0.5 and less than and LR density is less than 0.5. One? How can it be one? Well, that's obviously the problem. I've only ever committed it once. What the hell? Can you just re-import that folder, Nick? Just right-click on Alien Flora Models and re-import, which will take a couple of seconds. Like, I've only ever had a single commit on that file. Oops, 0.25. Spring load, I don't know yet. Pass. I definitely don't have anything outstanding. I've never changed that number. So it's more likely somehow that you changed the number. I don't know how or why you would do such a thing. Let's just check, Nick. So if you just glance at my screen, Nick, here, we are looking at the, let's just check, there are GlowTube 01. There are two things called GlowTube 01. There's three. There's the avatar, ignore that one. There's the prefab, you can ignore that one. And GlowTube 01, which is an FBX file, which has a scale factor of 10. You can't look at any of the internal things in that anyway. I have no idea how you have ended up with that differently, or even better, why. That means that your file must be changed. It must be. Can you like revert that? No, you already did revert it. This is dumb. Doesn't make any sense. And yeah, so Todd has also got the same issue, Nick. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll set the scale factor to on all of the glow tubes, on the glow tube, sorry, to 10.001. Try getting that now. Just force change. That's just bizarre. But yeah, get latest now and see if that fixes that one. Because both Nick and Todd have got very tiny penises, whereas my ones are massive. And for some weird reason, I've checked, and they've checked, and their penises should have been the right size, but they're not. They're wrong. So what I've done now is I've made my penis even bigger and committed it into the branch, and hopefully both Todd and Nick will experience significant growth by at least 10 times now. Hurt. I don't know why you're talking about segment folders. If you don't have a segment folder, it just means you've never been in that world or something. Andy, you probably haven't been paying attention in a while. Okay, cool. So we've got some slightly better ones. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise up the base here. So we're going to try something like 0.4. Subtract 0.4 and scale by 10. So we're now increasing this to a ring. My worry is it'll look like a ring. Yeah, Todd, unless you have a particular reason, I would probably just delete your entire world folder, all of them, run the game, press T, yeah, and watch it, I think. For those of you who don't know, Tree McTree 123. Hey, it rhymes. That's Andy. Because Andy's real name is Tree. Or something. I've no idea what's going on there. Apart from that, it went negative. Oh, God, I don't even want to know what happens if you go negative. Oh, I do know what happens if you go negative. It's bad. That shouldn't be possible. So it's between 0.4 and 0.5. Get that one, giving 0 to 1, scale up by 10. Right, okay, let's try that.
It sounds like that's a cute little rhyme there, Todd. Is that a rhyme that your mum taught you, or it's a nursery rhyme maybe? It's all going a bit dark here. Steve, I've never had that. It makes no sense. I have done a single commit of that file and never made a change to it. See, now what I'm doing, you can see I'm making the ring smaller. Now, you'd never spot it was a ring. You know, that's not something it's even slightly obvious. Yeah, you can see where the purlin, how can I describe it, where it's edged. That's okay, though. That's all right. Now, if I can scale that by the original one, that's okay. If I can just make this now spottier. Then that should be about what I want. Okay, Todd, I'm not going to worry about that too much. As long as it's as long as what you can do is working. Yeah. So what I'm doing here, how can I describe this? What I've done is I've generated what I can describe as the not the ideal situation. That's the wrong term. Basically, all I want to do is now is throw away about half of them. Hopefully, though, in a completely different way. Or rather, so we've got that perfect pattern that goes through the world, and then I want to intersect it with another pattern, and hopefully we'll get the result I've been looking for the entire day. Todd, yes. So when you pause the game, like in the editor, none of those things they're not game objects. They don't actually exist in the world. So the way to do it, you pause it, and then you get only the persistent data. But if you skip one frame, it comes back again. Because they're not actually there, you see. They're not game objects. They are pushed as render lists to the server. It's crazy to see the difference between the old and the new. Like, how much stuff is reliant on the new rendering system. Like if I pause it, bloop. Old, new. Yeah, Nick, I'd like to get those fixed up a bit, but Andy is a bit busy with exams at the minute. As I said earlier, I don't currently have full-time artists on this. So, you know, if you're feeling, if you're not currently a patron and you are feeling rich, please absolutely become a patron. And again, don't take this as my not being grateful, but almost every single one of our patrons is coming at the minimum level. A very tiny handful have gone more than minimum. And I said, we've got more than 100 patrons. Surely, one of our patrons is a 1%er. Surely one of our patrons is just incredibly rich and can just bankroll me. No? Okay. Yeah, Steve, I think it'll be interesting. I'm going to have a chat with my publisher probably early next week and going, I think we do about a trailer. I can't believe this isn't making any difference. The feature density just almost... Okay, we're going to go up again then. Required rock density, smooth them.
60, 1, 2, 3 times 16. Steve man, you didn't. I don't know why you said saved in the next version, but someone died in the cold menu. That's not the point. I think you missed the important point. He had 60,000 segments to save, right? 60,000 segments, right? That's 937 kilometers if laid end to end, and it didn't achieve. What was he doing? I can't even begin to make. Okay, we'll look. Okay, this is a new world, right? We'll pretend for a minute I've got a problem and I'm not saving, right? So far, I've made 100 segments. Now I've made 200 segments. How did this guy get 60,000 segments? Now, if I debug my disk as well, my disk, on the other hand, is saved. Well, apparently it's saved, yeah, because I've got things changing. But my disk is saved. There's no queue. I've got a queue of 4. So far, I have now generated 1% of the segments he generated. So if I didn't stop moving for about 2 hours straight and didn't save anything, I might just about catch up with that number. So to kind of like, I have questions about this man's issues. Hey, that's looking a bit better, isn't it? There. I'd like to get rid of all. Okay, I've put my draw distance to minimum. Yeah. So you can see there. There's the instance stuff. Let me turn that off as well. So you can see that's about right. That's not too many rocks. It's not too few. Ironically, there was no point in instancing those. There aren't enough of them. It's cheap, and the important thing is that I can control these on the low frequency thread. That's the smartest, most awesome bit about all this shit. Unity normally forces you to do everything on one thread, and I found a way around that. I think that feels about right. So shall we mark this one off as done? And then I'll move on to... should we do small rocks next? Let's do small rocks. Small rocks is actually quite easy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the small rocks in as the higher density of the grass. And if that didn't make any sense to you, well... congratulations, you're a fairly normal, well-adjusted person. So, while I do that, let's have a quick chat about something I mentioned on earlier. So, FortressCraft has now been going, I think it's 9 years this April. It might be 8 years, something like that. A very, very, very long time. And... as I've said before, I would very, very much like to continue doing this, if at all possible. There is... the best way for this to happen would be, really, for the game to take off in a big way. I've got the Steam charts of all my games up. FortressCraft's doing all right. It's not really growing. It's not really... well, it's shrinking a bit. But that's just that... basically, every time a big patch comes out, and then it just shrinks. But that's also the break. But we've never really had a massive spike. We got a big spike... was that summer sale last year? I think it was summer sale. I think that was... and that was there. That one was... that was summer sale and Frozen Factory. I think that peak was Direwolf. I'll take it. Unity does a reasonably good job of multiple cores these days. Much better than it used to. But it doesn't like me doing multiple threads. Whereas I come from a background where if you've got a CPU capable of 10 MIPS, it does 10 MIPS. And again, I had a guy message me recently complaining that the game wasn't optimized because I used up all his CPU and his GPU, and I'm like, dude, that's like literally the opposite of optimized. Direwolf's holy shit. I can't give you exact numbers, but Direwolf made me probably a quarter of the revenue this game has made. I could attribute to Direwolf. It's ridiculous. I keep going, hey guys, if you wanna do some more, that would be awesome. I'd be really happy for you to do. I would anything at all, anything you want me to do, I will do. That sounds filthy when I put it like that. Ground rocks are 6, 7, 8. So yeah, absolutely. It's Direwolf is by far and away the biggest.
amount of revenue and coverage I have had. We paid someone to do a trailer, or to do a video on it, and he was fucking awful. I didn't give a shit if he says it. He was fucking awful. Really, really, really bad. And we didn't find out till it was a bit late, and we're like, dude, you just played the first 15 minutes of the game, or 30 minutes in. What the fuck is the point in that? I don't need you to do that. I could have just given you a video, and you could talk over it. Surface rock plus equals 6. Yeah, so but Dire Wolf did it for free. He's got a full-time job. I think he works for Microsoft as like a database engineer or something like really boring. But I've just said to him, it's like, seriously and genuinely, you anything I can do to get you to play the game again, I will. He has played Frozen Factory like on his own personal time, but I'm kind of hoping that this next patch will do a big thing. Yvonne, you've tabbed away while the game is loading, and I wish I had a fix for that one. There are many other YouTubers out there who play games, and Todd is obviously doing work on this game, and he's also finishing up Adapter. And at that point, Todd is going to be doing a bunch of exciting contacting people, going, hello, play our game. So hopefully we actually get some coverage from people there, but it also means we'll have more people to contact as well. Steve, I would agree with you, but my publisher has outright said it is a total waste of money. I'm like, really? Feels like it shouldn't be. Traditional advertising is kind of what you do if you're desperate to plough money into something. Really, it is it's YouTubers, it's streamers, but I don't know how you get people to do it. Because I keep on contacting people, going, "Hey, would you, okay?" And I don't even get a response going, "No." These people are massively busy. Sorry, Todd, let me check that. Tube? Is it called Tube? Glow Tube? No. They should all be using GlowTube's instanced. Should. Let me find them a sec. They should all be inside
plants. Bluetooth. Oh, yeah. I'll change that locally. These aren't actually used. These aren't actually prefabs, Todd. These are just handy things for us to find. That's all. I've just fixed it locally. Don't worry about it. But those aren't actually. We don't do prefabs. Obi the Duck. I would agree with you. Apart from, do you think a lot of people play Minecraft or Feed the Beast, or they do DayZ for thousands of hours, or they do massive long Let's Plays of Factorio, or Terraria, or any of these games? I mean, they obviously do. Confusingly. I agree with you in principle, but it doesn't actually appear that's the truth, because they absolutely do. It's not my game, motherfuckers. So yeah, taking what you take into account, let's take that's true. Can you explain to me why you think, and hey, if you've got the answer to this, hey, we're all going to be rich. How come that they will do Minecraft or Feed the Beast or Greg or any of those sort of super duper long term games? I mean, you can say lots of things about FortressCraft, but if you compare Feed the Beast or Tekit's learning curve to FortressCraft, Christ, we're like fucking World of Warcraft by comparison. See you, Nick. Don't forget, Steve. If the publisher could invest $1,000, I would see more than $1,000 of revenue back. Of course, they'd do it. They would just pour money into that. That's just a money-making machine. You pour $1,000 in, and you get $1,500 back, and you keep pouring money in until you're rich. But the first step, I believe, as we mentioned, is really having a trailer of some description. Even if not, even just a fly-through video, really. Todd, what you see in the scene have nothing to do with these in-game, okay? I'm not instancing prefabs. I'm not generating anything. Those things are just in the scene so you can see what's going on, okay? They do not... It doesn't matter. You can do anything you like to ones in scene, and that won't affect these. These all use glow instance matte. The clue is in the word instance, but yeah, they all use the glow instance one. I've realised I don't know whether that's the right rock or the wrong rock. That's the right rock. But you can't touch the scene anyway, so you can't even fix it, even if it was a problem. Oh, I am doing the right rocks. Okay. I suspect these need to be at the same scale as those. Yeah. Okay. It is confusing. I know, because we're obviously very used to doing those things.
Yeah, but because two of them are configured wrong in your scene, as I said. So your scene, all three of these should be using GlowTubes instanced. But in your scene, I think that these two are actually using... I don't know if I just keep under it. They're using GlowTubes Matte. I don't know what the fuck that is. But don't use that one because it doesn't make any sense. So all of them should be using GlowTubes instanced. I believe that's referring to, the color is referring to the PNG. The emission is referring to GlowTube's emissive DSAT. And the bump map you shouldn't need to change, I hope. Yeah, I mean, Steve, what I think I might do, certainly, we'll see how the feedback goes to the new patch, but I think I might just sum up $1,000, just blow $1,000 in advertising, see if I can make a difference. I can check if you like, Todd. I'm not 100% sure whether or not you can. Yeah, Obi, that's fine. I'm not debating that. It's just my question is, why do you think that YouTubers? It's not even. They're like, oh, I'm not interested, or it's too. They just don't reply. They literally do not reply. But what? But how come they won't touch this game, but they will touch other very complicated games? Like, I don't believe that Stardew Valley is a simple game. I haven't played it, I don't know. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't see anything wrong with these. Everywhere I do anything with stalactite, which definitely work. Stalactite rock, stalactite rock, stalactite rock. And the... Let's check. Get saturation is 0 to 1. Yeah. Okay, I guess I'll try 0.85. I can't see anything wrong with it, but I'm not seeing any at all. Yeah, I mean, Steve, I'm prepared to get $0 back, but obviously it's. My publisher is of the approach, and it's a sensible one, where they'll have a sale and a big patch and someone do it all at the same time. They'll throw everything plus the kitchen sink in the attempt to get up the charts, which is very sensible. But has the problem, it becomes much harder to work out where the effect is. So, example, you can't tell whether or not, you can't tell what's helping. Joseph, have you just made an assumption about what the limiting factor on the frame rate is? Hey, there we go. That's what I expected. Cool. Wrong size, but that's fine. That's quite a wild assumption you're making there, Joseph, just to decide what the limiting factor is. Because I know what the limiting factor is, but I bet you don't.
Yeah, it's. I was chatting to Nick. It's not draw calls. Joseph, I suggest you have a serious problem then. But what you haven't mentioned the whole thing. So you have a 1050i at 35 frames a second, right? On fast graphics, sure. What's your CPU? How big's your base? What else are you running? What resolution are you running at? Are you running DSR? Are you running MSAA? You haven't given me anywhere near the amount of information I need. You give me more info. Yes, you give info. You tell info. An i5 what? How many threads? How many cores? Yeah, Joseph. But you answer the questions you do know the answer to. How big is your base? How many machines? If that's a new world, yeah, holy shit, you've got problems. New world for me is up in the sort of 250 to 300 range. If you're talking about a base, with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of machines, seems alright. Hey, that's not too bad, is it? Offsets for bollocks, but you can't have everything. Close to full. What? You can't have a full number of machines. The limit on machines in FortressCraft is around the 150,000 mark, approximately. That's the bit where we start to struggle. No, let me rephrase that. That's the point at which it will start to... that's the point where it will start to... step. You can get to about 500,000 machines, depending on your cleverness, before it will actually hit the bottleneck. But, as Steve said, right, let's... Joseph, you can't answer that. You can just type debug and tell me. Okay, right. Here's the thing, right? I'll draw a diagram for you. Okay, there are three ways of laying out your base, okay? You can lay out your base flat. You can lay out your base in a cube. Actually, let's get the sizes about right. You can lay out your base in a cube. Or you can lay your base out in a straight line. Alright? Now, each of those... is about the same... Okay, I can't draw it. But each of those is about the same number of machines, okay? Now, here is the important point. Doing it this way is 27 times slower than doing it that way. Because this way, yeah? So, I only draw what's in range, okay? So, this way, what's in range, okay? I'll draw it in a nice red colour, okay? What's in range? Right? The amount in range is always the same. So it's that much. And that's that much. Or that's everything. So here, this might be 27 machines. This way is 9 machines. This way is 1 machine. And that is why you should spread your base out. For no other reason. It's not possible to fix that. That's not like something I can tweak through magic. That simply means that you're rendering less things. There is no cleverness around that. That's just the way it is. And holy shit, that looks good. Holy shit, look at that! That's insane. Okay, everyone, if you're watching, just take 2 seconds, come and look at the stream. That is how the game looks as it was. And watch this. Bloop. That is bananas. The difference there is ludicrous. And I'm just going to pause it again. Oh, it doesn't do it that time. Of course not. I'm liking the rocks too. All apart from that one, which appears to be a bit wrong, but I'll check the materials in a moment. How are we feeling about this? Now, performance is probably going to be down a bit. I can't believe for a moment that I've actually managed to just make everything run better. That said, I think I might actually have. I think it might actually be better than it used to. But yeah, that is some leap in. Oh god, yeah. Now that's not so pretty though. Oh wait, hold on, mate. From back here, I thought they were all the same item, and now I get localized. I realise they're not. I do shuffle it around inside the segment a little bit, but I can't do it too much because they'll end up sticking out. Was it? Yeah, but you can always spread it out and fix it. Hardcore craft. Weren't we going to hook that up to something else, Steve? Weren't we going to hook that up to hardcore? We got hardcore inventory. I thought was going to just be the whole thing. Oh, well, Brett, I'm hoping that... I hope some players come back. I do. I really hope that it will help to put new players off a bit less than perhaps it has in the past. But that looks fantastic. I'm extremely pleased. I'm actually a little bit unhappy about one thing, and it's an ironic one. There's probably a bit too much grass, because what's happening here is this technique relies on having a strong dominant base colour, a primary colour, and then a less dominant secondary colour. But with the way random generation is, and yeah, there we go. Wow, that's just I'm struggling. Now I can suddenly turn it all off in one go. I am struggling to be anything other than utterly blown away by the difference I have done in about 10 days. That is just unfucking believable. Absolutely holy shit. Now I am a bit curious why these ones all came out as the same. Shall we have a look at that?
LROT is MR random rot. I think that bigger. So Gen Surface Rock should have taken the X, the Y, and the Z, multiplied them together. Actually, let's just add Z. Basically, I want a very cheap pseudo-random.
I think I might keep those pictures though. I think they're quite good for the before and after.
I don't know if you saw the pictures I saw earlier, Steve. I actually I got hold of a Ray Marching cloud simulation, and it looks amazing. Like, absolutely, holy shit, that looks great. Unfortunately, it took 15 milliseconds on a really low quality to
generate a frame.
But I put that firmly down as things that I would like to do in the future that would actually be quite cool. Like, 5 years in the future.
Hardcore automation is where the manufacturing plant takes time to make stuff. It's one of the mutators, one of the harder mutators. Yeah, that's alright. All apart from that rock is just utter shash. That one's right. So the interesting thing is we actually that rock and that rock and that rock, they're the same rock. I don't look it, but they are. I love that colour. I'll have to go to a different colour area there.
Well, we're not short on mutators, we're short on room.
Okay, let's just let that generate for a little while. Well, Mince, as long as people don't refer to him as the Emperor's new clothes, that's all cool. Anyway, it's going to let it generate up to the horizon. That's the thing. Obviously, people were quite worried about the brightness of the landscape and stuff, but you don't generally see it like that. I'm watching my stream back on Twitch and YouTube, and it's fine. So I'm going to blame you somehow. I'm if I'm shocked by how much it's improved, hopefully everybody else will be as well. Like I haven't been secretly working on this. I mean, you guys have seen it from beginning to end. You can jump back a whole bunch of streams and see where it was. You can have seen it evolved over a week. Now that. Let me know how that's going. Whoa. So, you know how Twitch bought Amazon? Well, I've just seen an advert for Amazon Prime on Twitch. And my Amazon account, my Prime account are linked. Of all the adverts in the world, they know for a fact it's stupid to show me. That one's at the top of the list. Yeah, but Steve, all I'm caring about is it lagging? YouTube always ends up behind. Always. So does Twitch. Just that in YouTube you have a nice way of catching up. I'll tell you what, though, I'm going to pop my camera on orbit and I am going to go and put some food on. So hopefully, when I come back... Hopefully when I come back then, it'll all be loaded and I will probably have some curry because I'm hungry and I'm going to eat and you can't do anything about it. So I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. It'll be food. Hopefully the streams will all come back to life. I think it might be Restream that's doing it. Or Switch. So, back soon.
Okay, so YouTube is back and Twitch is not. How strange. Because I just use Restream, you see. I don't actually... See if there's an issue. That's yeah. It's just it appears to be Twitch, or they're linked to Twitch, or something. Oh. That would be quite cool. Hey! Oh, nice. Okay, I'm happy about that. That's good. Why is it in beta 5.1? How hard would that have been? I should probably also stream to beat barely able to, but like, I don't know, the hell can't use YouTube. But yeah, it is having problems connecting to Twitch. That's not good, is it? Let's have a look at that. I've got food, by the way. It's just too hot to eat because I'm English, and in England you make food that's too hot to eat. You don't make food the right temperature. That would be stupid. You heat it right up, and then you let it cool, and then you eat it. I don't know why. I'm not being funny. That's actually quite a traditional thing in England. Food is too hot to eat. That looks like a tech demo. That looks like a game. Wow. I'm. Thank you, Unity, for finally getting your frickin' finger out. Now I noticed. Oh, that's the inverted one. I don't think I want to do that. That just about works for these. Just about. But I don't think for the rocks. I think we want to stick with I guess the blue tops. They just look like different rocks, don't they? They just look like they don't fit the yellow ones. So I'll remove the hue flipping for rocks. M value is less than or equal to U short. Skin, blood rock skin. Oops, sorry, nope, like that line of code. That goes there. That goes there. Arctic, you can't give it to me. I'm not a partner. Oh, no, I can't. I don't think I can have subscribers. Shit. I don't think I can have subscribers on YouTube. On Twitch. I think the best you can do is donate. I just don't think it's there. I don't think I'm the right type of partner. Pretty sure I'm not. I'm not like I'm like a semi partner. There's a term for it. I can't remember what it is though. I'm just eating now, by the way, just seeing it. Oh, did I delete the world? Nope. Now. I might program in a wander a bit later. I'd like to just be able to turn I'd like to be able to just turn on a thing and just have it fly very slowly in a straight line. I think that would be quite cool for showing off some of the changes that we've done. I keep hitting the Windows key instead of slash. Thank you. Right. Yeah, they look better, Todd. I like that. That's definitely better, isn't it? They look more alien-esque. Todd, I don't know if you heard. Oh, they're quite low quite low res, aren't they? Given how big they are. Oh no, forgot them. Yeah, Todd, I don't know if you heard me. I'm saying I'm doing adapter work on Thursday. We've got the opportunity to show it off somewhere, and I need to put together a bit of a presentation. So I'll be doing some adapter work Thursday as well. But yeah, definitely, if possible, we can upscale that texture a bit because it's quite nice. It's just a bit low res. I'm guessing that's as big as it was. Yeah. Apparently that's 2048 by 2048. Oh shit, really? Really? That's one of those, I'm quite surprised that's a 2048 by 2048 texture and it still looks crap. Oh. That's because he's mapped all three glow pods onto three different parts, yeah. So that's glow pod 1, glow pod 2, glow pod 3. Which... well, that's a way of doing it. It's a very bad way of doing it, but yeah, that's technically working. Look on the look in the distance at the red ones. They look cool. That looks awesome. But a wander, I think would be quite nice. A wander function. I also at some point need to test the follow the or function as well, because I don't think that's working quite as it should be. Yeah, in a second over here you'll be able to see the red ones. They look quite cool. But yeah, just a function that flies forwards and kind of looks at a number of points and then keeps the player hovering over them. My curry is good, by the way. Thank you for asking. So I'm still eating, just that's why I've gone quiet and I'm spinning. And the sun looks good there too. Well, I certainly hope so, James. It's going to be a lot different looking, and the tutorial's a lot better too. Tad, I don't understand, sorry. I'm nearly done. I've nearly finished my glorious curry. Oh, you mean for today's build, Tad? Yes. I haven't had anyone build anything at all, but yeah, I'm going to keep the super fast cheats in for another few days, so people actually have a chance to build endgame. Well, not endgame worlds, but certainly more than the first hour. Machines look really cool. They stick out. They jump right out at you. Let me finish my my food. I'm nearly done, and then let's build a few machines. We'll give it a go. Nom. Oh. Right, let's because I don't have an explosioner because obviously I cheated it all in. That looks good. Part of it all is always, of course, your mark you make on the world. It's always one of the most important things. Oh, yeah, there it is. Now, I'm also quite excited. So Nick and I have been chatting about ways to improve the... oh, wait, that's not the right thing, is it? Ways of generating a low polygon version of the world very quickly, and that solves some of the issues that we've got with spaceships. Because right now, if I took my character up even 100 meters, there's no world down there. There's nothing there. It's all out of range. So we need a way of generating the world at an infinite range. And it looks like we might just have just about potentially figured out a way to do that. And I'm quite excited to try that, because it means that you'll be able to see for miles. Now, it won't be perfect. It won't be No Man's Sky level of just insane perfection, but should hopefully work. Actually, hold on. I'm going to build a turntable, because people keep saying, "Oh, turntables, you should implement it." Like, I've just never needed to have a perfect split ever, and I just sort of question why people think we do. That's fine. But yeah, Inky Lad, as you can see, it sticks out. And it works really well, because it looks like you're putting your mark on the world. And I think that's something I'm happy with. I can't actually remember how we do this. I need... multi-block. Let's do it over here, just till I get some conveyors running. I know that the workflow excavators have got some issues still. It's because I changed them all to make them work, and by the time I'd done that, I just couldn't stand to stare at them anymore. Where is it? It's not in the mining, is it? It should be. There they are. So yeah, we've got the new ones. They do have visual issues, but they do clear at an absolutely blazing speed. Really, that's what's important. And James, I'm assuming you meant the fog, and I having to keep explaining this to people. The fog's not there for any reason other than to make the game look better. Look, I can turn the fog off, right? Hey, I'll turn the fog off. Actually, it's not too bad there. The problem with turning the fog off, let's just say, right, that you're running at lower detail or anything like that, and the fog and the distance there like this, right? It's very obvious, very quickly. Actually, it's a little bit better with the instancing, but it won't be like this, obviously, unless you do that. You've got the issue, just to make the sun brighter, that it's very obvious there's no world out there. Like, it's really, really obvious there's nothing there. And it looks horrible. And that's why we've got the fog, to cover up the fact that, I mean, there's obviously nothing there. I mean, even if I turn off the surface dust. If I turn off all of the dust particles, like, it's horrifically and painfully obvious that that's the edge of the world. Whereas if I switch this all on, it's not going to solve it instantly, it's not going to solve it perfectly, but it makes it feel like, oh, then maybe there's just a wall of dust there, maybe there is something out there. And that's the thing. I mean, if you want to, I think you can double tap F10 to turn the fog off. I don't care, but I'm not supporting it as an option because it looks ugly. That just means that all I'm going to see in screenshots is fog there. Ideally, of course, you just want to be able to support proper. That looks like that. Looks, yeah, great. And I'm not going to do it now because it's a one set thing, but I think double tap F10 or triple tap maybe to tweak it. Damn, that looks good. Those are my favourite, the ones that spawn in the red biomes. Yeah, it's had to be. Plants count as a machine entity, but they aren't a player place machine. To be fair, if you do set up for work for excavator, you probably don't want it to wreck your plant farm. You might do, but probably you don't. Anyway, that'll do. There are some problems with the instancing. It's not as good as clearing up as it was. Some of the existing blocks are also quite a lot brighter than they were. Though generally, you don't put these on the surface, so, you know. Yes, I do like the small rocks. Silly little things, isn't it? I like the big... Oh, see, I'm going to have to turn that down. That's too many big rocks there. Look at that. And they're all annoyingly about the same height. So I might actually force some scaling in on those. Yep,
1 rock. That looks good there. Just that, just those, just that depth. I don't really recommend ever going to that level of distance. 128-ish is usually good enough. Gets you most of the performance and not as much of the problems. Now, right now, we do have a problem that the plants don't clear themselves up if the draw distance changes. Also, like the larger plants draw off to a huge distance. So what are we actually at now? Ouch, 33 million. Now, I am running at Fabulous. Again, I've said this before. I do not recommend you run at Fabulous. Or if you do, 2 things. 1, don't come complain to me if it's slow. That's the most important one. And 2, if you ain't got like a 10 series card, and preferably like a high clock i7, just don't go there. Stick with the one that says recommended next to it. That's the one you want to. That's the one you want to look at. What I might do here. So, instancing is super duper cheap to render. Super ultra awesome and cheap. It's a little more expensive to add or remove it. So it's not effective for me to add or remove things on quickly. John, yeah. Hold on. So, John, yeah, but like, one man's perfectly fine is another man's slideshow. Firstly, and you haven't really indicated what your frame rate was. Springer, the rocks are supposed to look like this, but they're essentially trees with a different graphic. They're not supposed to embed inside each other, though. I've been tweaking that number all day, and I think I've got it a little bit high still. But the idea with those is that they are, well, they look good more than anything else. Yeah, Tad, primarily this is generally a CPU limited game, but interestingly, that is changing a lot. So the reason I've been able to do all of this stuff is because we have underutilized the GPU. And now we are doing it a lot more, an awful lot more. So that is why we are... I'm able to shove so much new stuff on. It's purely because we were underutilizing the GPU to now. I think I need to find Crystal. Fine, I think I need to scan Crystal. I'm not happy with the frame rate here. Like, definitely not. And I'm going to be doing some looking at that in a minute, I think. Well, Kidman, that's not inherently true. Like, if you have 50,000 machines and they're all out of range, it will be absolutely fine. Guaranteed. If you have 50,000 machines and they're all in range, it will guarantee to be not fine. And then there's sort of a sliding scale between those. That'll do. So I'm going to show... oh, I can't do steel heads, can I? I need iron and nickel. I think.
So now I need to do metal alloys, then crystal dynamics, then advanced crystal dynamics, and hydrocarbon recombination, and then hopefully I'll get access to... Really doesn't make any difference. Crystal, I think, is better, isn't it? Okay, and we'll just pop the NOR extractor. But yeah, this is the first time for a while I've hung around in the same area. And it's really not done a good job of clearing down the distant crap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, if I, as an object, am outside of the range for more than a certain amount of time, then I should consider dropping myself. I can never remember what it looks like. That one? No. This is another one of those annoying ones that just look like the machine, isn't it? There it is. We don't want to make plastic pellets, we want to make high energy composite fuel. So for that we'll need some biomass. And you're also missing empty fuel canisters. Actually, let's not just make it nighttime. Let's not do that. Let's daytime. Let's just pop, because I would pop some torches down, you say. So, that looks all right. But yeah, with this patch of FortressCraft, it is a better frame rate than it was previously. Nick pointed out some issues, and I did some work optimizing it. I've rewritten the visibility system. So there is a bit of pop, but not too bad. Hopefully no one complains too much. I can't remember how you make high energy composite fuel canisters. Tool. It's one of these somewhere. It's quite an Is it a GAC? It's not a GAC, is it? Or is it? No, missile fueler. It's one of these, I'm sure of it. That's earlier than this. Anyone? Anyone remind me? High energy fuel maker. Yes, I know I should sort this search out and things, but I haven't because I'm useless. Well, yeah, Kinma. It bounces between 28 and 58 a lot because you have VSync on. VSync exists for one purpose only. If you can vastly exceed the frame rate that you are targeting and you don't want screen tear. Other than that, never ever have VSync on. Just don't. It makes no sense. Your frame rate will go 60, yay, 59.9. Next to the cryo missile. What? That's cluster missiles. I don't know where that is, you know. Oh, wait, hold on. Cryo. Yay! No, yes, fuel canisters. Right, cool. And I think it will cheat. If not, I'm going to enable my cheats.
Oh, Unity?
Actually, screw it. I can just might as well. I haven't actually built any machines in like 2 weeks. I've just been solidly focused on the world and the changes in the world. And right now, at this point, yeah, I don't care what's in the world. I'm busy on the machines. Storage hopper. Smelter. Oh wait, no. There. And this one is remove only. And that one's going to be add only. And then I think I lost the list. Think because it's a GAC, I think I can just automate it like that. Yeah, Steve, with that guy earlier, I think a lot of people, they still go, oh, I need some pipes, and then they just manually stick like 100 iron in. I've seen that a lot. I was like, please don't do that. Oh, cool. There's my machines working. No, John. What to get VSync? To get 60 frames a second with VSync on, you need to do 60.0000001. If you are running at 59.9, it will lock to 30. If you're running at 29.999, it will lock to 15. There is no reason to have VSync on unless you particularly hate tearing. Oh, iron pipes. Darn it. Now hold on. Isn't iron pipe like the last thing that doesn't have an auto crafter for it? Oh, it is, isn't it? Am I right on that one? Someone remind me. Or am I not? I know, it's just a pipe extrusion plant. That's it. I remember. Because it used to make the wrong type of plant at the wrong type of bars, didn't it? And so, can this actually... I think it can. I think you can just bottle them together like that. That could be daytime, so I can see what I'm doing a bit better. Yeah, well, John, there should be no performance hit from VSync. If you're running at 61 frames a second... Uh-oh. Oh, now... Oh! Hold on. You what, mate? Look,
That's not good. Now this is something I have to start looking out for, is bugs like that. Okay, I think the turntable. I think the turntable's screwing up the instancing somehow. The turntable shouldn't actually use the instancing, but it looks like it's accidentally grabbing something. Like the thing I built after the turntable screws up. Build another one, it's fine. Build another turntable, and then a thing. Fine. Is it just the nth one? See, it's building it and then going, nope. Right, so hold on. I can debug that. AUR entity. I think I know what this is, but let's check. So we always use simple instances. That's the first thing. We're always referring to the same one. Okay, yeah. Simple, 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 simple. Right. Now, where do we remove it? We remove it on delete. Now, I'm pretty sure that one ain't being called. And drop game object. Now, neither of those should be being called. That's interesting. So, I'm 99% sure that neither of those are being called. If not 100%, but... okay, and attach Uni debugger. So if I build another one, blip, right. And if I delete one, if I delete this one, yep, we get the breakpoint hit, that's correct. Now if we delete this one, right, what was our ID? 0. Okay. So, something else is already owning 0. Oh, is it Andy? Let's have a... I can't tell if you're right. You appear to be right. Okay. So the turntable, under no circumstances, should be setting itself... Aha! No. Mais no. Do not use... What? Oh no, turntable. Nah, shut up, Adam. Is conveyor. Yep. That's it. That's the only turntable code that we predicate off this. I bet you I'm predicating that in a naughty way. Do next turntable. Okay. I think I know it. Yeah, I know what it's going to be. It'll have an instance ID of 0, but that's naughty because it shouldn't do. So I'll probably be setting its... Okay, so if I find... Is it next rotate? Pop a breakpoint here. I bet you this one has an instance ID of 0. Bingo. That's why. 0 is not none. 0 is the first one. Okay, so we'll do a 2 for 1. Well, first of all, set that to -1. I'm going to bounce the stream. Hopefully, Twitch comes back in about. I might not be back for you yet, but I'm back for me, and that's really all that matters. And under because we do actually set this to -1 for that, but we should do it anyway. Okay, float MR time out of range. Okay, so this should so hold on. Do we actually use the distance to player thing? We don't need to do this one. We can just do update player distance. Player cheap. Okay, what? I did another one. It was called calc player distance and dot. I don't know if you can hear the cat snoring very loudly in the background. No, wait, nothing. No, nothing. Having said that, plant entities, we don't need to do this anymore. All we need to say is end distance to player is end segment dot. Yeah, so Andy, what was happening is the turntable had hold of index 0, and that's not it. So yeah, only when a plant's been out of range for 3 seconds will it clear itself up. But now it will clear itself up a little bit more aggressively than before. Because I was just beginning to, well, not leaking plants, but I certainly wasn't clearing them down good or enough. Where's this gone? There's this gone. Now the problem is I might not be able to break it again like that. I'm 99.9% sure that's what it was. Of course you can have power. And now there are a whole bunch of other things that do not currently have instance rendering that might. The most important one of which will be storage hoppers. So I will be rewriting the storage hopper code to support them. Most of the rest of the machines, we wouldn't benefit very much. The rule of thumb is very easy. Do you ever build more than 1,000 of them? Then yes, we will build one. Why is that taking so long? Ooh, 75% load. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why? Grass? No, no. Survival injection entities. Way! Holy mother of God. Okay. Need to fix that. We're running 118,000 machines here. But only 76,000 if I pause it. That's... Okay, that's just whatever I got to. Wait, 105,000 grass entities? I might have overdone it, guys. They're cheap. But that's still a lot. Not related entirely, but yeah, that's probably too many. Because they all have to simulate individually, and then on a network server, obviously we don't know where they actually are or anything. Remove only. Remove only. Add only. I don't think Hodor needs anything else, does it? It just needs fuel and shit tons of power. So again, I'm just playing it as if I was playing it. Now, I'm pretty sure the grass entities don't keep the segments live. We'll check that one. So if I go underground, the vast majority of that should just disappear. I hope. Yeah, like, we simulate the whole world live all the time unless we don't need to. I've always been a little bit cagey on describing that. So if I were to teleport to minus 450, yes, you see the number of grass entities is plummeting. Obviously, normally you wouldn't. Normally you'd run down there rather than teleport. Now the survival injection entities, on the other hand, will stay live. But that's causing serious knock-on effects. So we will... I know what I can do to fix that straight away. I mean, although we have 50,000 grass entities, they're not really taking up much CPU. Amusingly. Okay, so... survival injection entity. Oh man, I forgot I'm away tomorrow. I just want to program.
Steam's by Kerbal. Stop being a one-man band and hire someone. I love it when I get compared to Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program has made 1.7 times 40 times 0.7. Let's round up. $50 million. Well, Kerbal manages this. $50 million. $50 million. Well, that's why. But we did request a load of all of our segments. Wait 3 seconds. Casual. Gosh, I'm not sure I call this a casual game, but thank you. Thank you, Arctic. I mean, I'm trying my best. I'm doing what I can. Steve, I don't know if you read that guy's response. He pillared up 2 kilometres in the air, then skydived to the ground, and then quit the game. Well... Yeah, like, okay, hello, I've just visited 100,000 new segments in a few seconds. Why is it taking so long to save? Well, might surprise you, but the game wasn't really designed to cope with that. Yeah, just Steve, anyone. So the old code is gone. Like, there is no snow generation code. That is gone, and I'm not bringing it back. What's happened now is if you have an old world, you'll just get a
a discontinuity.
Seriously, fuck nugget.
Oh, I'm just going to write in Russian.
Don't make me translate your shit.
Okay, there we go. That's still not brilliant, but better. The thing is, we've got 1,200 somewhere out there, trees and rocks and things.
Yeah, Steve. I did.
Who? I'm a VR developer. But it's the usual thing. Oh, all right, cool. So you're a VR. Cool. How much experience have you got? Okay, so you're a student. And you want me to let you onto my code base. Not feeling that, you know. But we'll see. We'll see. Right, so for those of you who've not seen Hodor, we're going to be making a Hodor now. Hodor. Whoa, that's bright. Now I am feeling just a hair of over brightness now. On the bright side, as it were, you shouldn't really need lights most of the time. Performance is 62%, 10,000 plants, 100,000 grass. The model is a tiny magma bore. No fuel to offload. Power. Oh, yeah, it's a lovely model. But certainly, I would say, on this brightness right now, this is a bit overpowering. Though, to be fair, my CPH is on fire, and it's midday. Okay. Now, I'm going to have to do some more on those survival injections. Oh! Oh, wow, I'm, oh, that's amazing. Okay. Long y equals y slice. Sorry, the trees were checking all of themselves every frame, as opposed to just a single slice. There might be, there might be a lag. Now, if you dig it up, it might actually feel a bit. I'd say lag is not the right term, but I think. Oh, Tad, I kind of thought it did.
That's the one. Oh. What? That's the one. Yeah, no reason not to. I forgot the code though. What's it called? Fuel compressor? That's the one. Yep, done. That wasn't by design, that was just I forgot. And we'll check as well. See, guys, if you ask the right thing at the right time, you'll get an instant fix. What I haven't done yet is any auto balancing of things. So what I often do is I just assume the player wants to run at 60 and I quietly balance things. So for example, I will spawn 60 particles a second at 60 frames a second, but 30 particles a second at 30 frames a second. Lots of the game does that. There we go. Now we've reduced the load just a few percent. With the disadvantage, oh cool. If I delete one, it'll probably take a moment or two, but you'll just do that, and then you'll go, that doesn't work, Adam. And I'll be like, yeah, whatever, lol, and you'll be like, no, it really doesn't work, and I'm like, noob. It's fine. Wait, what? No, hold on. I've done it. I have no idea what I'm doing there. Not in general. In general, I'm quite good. Yeah, Tad, I just didn't have a model. Again, just to remind you guys, I'm the only person that works full-time on this. Todd and Andy are basically volunteers. Nick is a volunteer, okay? If I had the money, if we were selling 5 to 8 times the number of copies every day that we are currently, I would hire them full-time, and you could have anything you fucking wanted. But that's not the current situation. So just to remind you again, once again, if you want to help out, become a patron, support me, support the game. The game isn't selling anywhere near as much as I'd love. That will do it. Yeah, Wizardy, I've heard of that. I don't know why. Things I know how to fix, I'll fix instantly. When I'm like, I don't really know what that is, it becomes harder. Right. So the load is significantly down, like from 130 milliseconds to 3 to 5. But now if I should... Yeah, say there's a bit of a lag, but you as a player, you won't know that. You as a player will just be like, cool. Cool.
So, Springlow, do you not like the large rocks then? I've got the... Hold on. Well, I've definitely got the collision completely bollocks on that one, haven't I? Wizardy and Tad, though, remember, I'm very, very focused on early game issues. What I tend to do once in a while is I'll just play through the game. I'll do it on stream, and when I run into a bug, I'll try and fix it. And what that solves is it solves stuff in the order... The hell is that all over the rock? That's the wrong texture. That's why that one looks weird. Uh-oh. When I say that's the wrong texture, shouldn't be possible. Now plants are using up a lot of CPU time. That's a thing. Alright, one step at a time. Let's see if I can work out what's wrong with that rock. Yeah, so we've got, I've got this. So, Steve, this is something to talk about. So, Facebook's like, hey, I can actually do this sort of thing. And I go, hey, I want to spend £64. Wow. And yes, that's interesting. So, if I were to spend £500, I would apparently hit 250,000 people, sort of thing. Interesting. No, it's okay. Okay, plants. Why were plants expensive? Apart from the fact there's 9,000 of them. Yeah.
And we're now taking... Because I actually just sped them up a bit, ironically. No, hold on. My plants are set to grow really quickly. I wonder if that's why. Once the plants are done, you see, once the plants are finished growing, the thought was, the expectation was that they would just go to sleep. Oh no, that's okay, Wizardy. I think there's a generic problem with a few machines. I think I need to tell there's like a secondary drop block that the thing can do when it doesn't drop itself. So once the plants are fully grown, they're virtually... Well, the idea is that they're virtually free. I mean, right now, that's fine. I've got 20% load for the entire surface. That's acceptable. It's very rare that people fill up the load. It's usually rendering that murders it long, long, long before anything else. Wait. Okay, I'm not actually generating enough power. Okay, that's fine. Let's give it some more. Oh, yeah, I was going to fix the rocks, wasn't I? And I got completely distracted. I wonder what by or whom. Right, so rocks. Yeah, so that one looked very wrong, didn't it? And that one should have a height of 7. Rock number something. Rock number 1 should have a height of 7. It's up here somewhere. It's down here somewhere. Oh, it's inside this function. It's hidden. No, I didn't glance at. Rock 1 should have a... Oh! Whoops. Sorry, I just kind of assumed these were X, Y, Z. For some reason, they're X, Z, Y. Right, that will... Oh, shit, I hit save. Yeah, see, this one looks alright. 1, 2, 3. So they look okay here, but it's this one. It's Rock 5A should be using instance Rock 5. Okay.
And Instance Rock 5, that is Mesh Polysurface 250. Hang on. That gets Rock 5A, which I'm instancing twice. Why am I doing that twice? I'm very confused suddenly. Oh, that's stalactites. Okay, that might be why. So we go glow, 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 stalactite, 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 and then we go, right, yes, those two are definitely the wrong way around. So we should go 125, 125, but we actually go 1, 2, 5, 1, 5, 2. Once this works, I will hook up the stalactites.
So Twitch is still knackered then. Apologies.
Not that anyone on Twitch can hear me. But it's... I know.
Strange. Okay, so where are we at? 20%. That's not brilliant. That's not as low as I would like. And I suspect we're going to have a problem in larger bases. But that's not bad for Fabulous in editor on yeah.
Oh, let's check the rocks as well. I haven't actually done the little rocks. They're not using the right textures yet. I just picked a bunch. Most of them seem to work though. Oh, the frame rate's getting a bit painful now.
That's pretty cool.
Steve, are you talking about the Sky Islands replacement? Potential replacement. I'm still going to try Sky Islands. I just kind of like the idea of this purchase mode. Oh, yes. That means that your CPH is low on power. Hold on. Why is it low on power? I don't know why I have that mission up. Okay. See, quite often when I start fiddling with things like this, I'm running into weird issues, but a lot of them are because I'm altering the game as I go along. But I don't know why my CPH is telling me it's lacking resources. Because it should have full power. Hub power level. Okay, really? But like, does the solar not work? No. Oh, yeah, okay, my research station has negative 2,000 power because I cheated. That's why. So that's not a bug, it's just me cheating. Oh, right, I forgot how bright the CPH light was. Now, I would expect that grass, you see, to start paging itself out. But I don't think my issue is rendering here. Well, it might be. I'm trying to work out why I say this. I'm trying to work out why the plants are taking so long. But I do have 12,000 of them. But I don't actually know why the game is running slowly at this point. Is it going to let me bring the profiler up without crashing the game? What do we think then, boys and girls? Oh, surprisingly, yes. Yeah, I'm still doing 30 frames a second. It just feels like less. I'm still doing 30, or I would be doing 30 if I wasn't in editor. Let me see. 2 seconds on updating the UI. 0.76 milliseconds on the instancing. That's worth it, I think. Item scripts, that's expensive.
segment update playing, Unity update. We are updating 493 types of object. Very surprised that's taking 3 milliseconds. Very, very, very surprised, in fact. Okay, so with the grass entity, okay, good. That's the cheap version. Good. I can never remember what those two are. I think segment draw distance is what we're actually at, and okay, no, that's not what I meant. That's correct. 128. Update graphics. That's what I wanted. Yeah, honestly, this looks like a lot of effort for just that. That's it. We just draw at that divided by 2. If the distance to player is greater than right, so that, hopefully I've got that right. That should give us a 64-meter radius in which we don't mess with plants. Outside that we do, inside that we don't. Cassius, there's 8 of them, if that's helpful. As Tad said, quite surprised if you accidentally killed one. It's quite a lot of work. Otherwise, the best way, Cassius, restart your game, and the C5 won't point at anything until something builds. Okay. So at this point, we only get grass up very close. I will probably do a similar thing for the other ones, but... No, guys, the C5 points to the most recent cryoplasm build, not anything else. So if you restart the game and the laser doesn't point anywhere, you've won. If you restart the game, the laser starts to point. That's the way to go. Okay, so I've got quite awful frame rate. Let's see if I can work out why. Ironically, it's not performance that I'm worried about with the instancing. It just looks a bit rubbish. This is why Nick and mine's idea of having a low poly one, because we'd have the instancing running out a long way, and then a low polygon world for it to go on top of. Yeah, so the frame rate seems okay there. It just seems to collapse over a little while. And that rock's still got the wrong texture. We haven't done stalactites. But performance is important. Performance is an ongoing concern with me every time, and it does piss me off. People going, have you thought about spending a month just optimizing the game? I'm like, yeah, every month. I do that every month. And I have done that every month since I started writing the game. Have you considered optimizing your face? That's what I want to say, but I don't, because I'm a professional. Sorry. Yeah, so the frame rate has just plummeted for me. So I can work out why. Behavior. Items. Ah, yeah. Now, whilst that's quote unquote fine, that's not fine. Let's see what I can do about that. Now, thankfully, we have got some new Yeah, I might need to restart my world. I have got 18,000... No, I don't. I've got 6,000 objects lying around. But they don't clear up if they render slowly. They only clear up if they simulate slowly. This is a lot of work. This is an awful lot of work. But okay, now this is the difference between I'll say an experienced programmer and a noob one. So, why is the object script taking so long? So it's taking 56 milliseconds, which is too long. Fine. 54. 18 milliseconds of which are object op inequality. Compare base objects. Keep object like blah, 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 blah. Right. Let's not do that, shall we? What that is, that's just one thing. Right? That's just saying equals false, else. Hold on, yeah. All this is MB has renderer equals true, else MB has renderer equals false. So basically, I'm checking to make sure we've got a renderer in a bunch of times. But that's expensive, believe it or not. So I've just saved 18 milliseconds per frame, which is just ridiculous. Like, that shouldn't... Unity should not have written it like that. What this is the trees and stuff spawning earlier that have kind of broken things up a lot. No, per frame. So if you're running at 60 frames a second, there are 1,000 milliseconds in a second, and you have got 60 frames. So that means that each frame lasts for 16.6 milliseconds. Okay? So I have to do everything in 16 milliseconds. This is not a lot of time. In that particular example, all of the items updating was taking 18 milliseconds. So just the items were taking 2 seconds longer than I had. So we're just going to let it all load in and see how the frame rate goes. Right. Let's see what we've got. Oh, yes. Now we've come down from like 60 to 25. Now the thing is, I don't believe that we had that many objects in visual range. Looking at this, trying to work out what I can do, because this is the bit that actually flips the rendering off and on, but I don't actually know about the is visible flag. So the is visible flag says, did any camera render this in the last frame? And that seems fine until you realise that the scene camera on the left counts. Yeah. See, my worry is about... Wait, is that... Yeah... I can't believe this is true.
I mean, the real problem here is I have so many items, but that sometimes happens. So we're wasting 4 milliseconds with an inequality op. Holy shit, it looks like you just subtract.
Wow, wait, hold on, what? That appears... Holy shit, yeah, okay.
That's really expensive. So vec1 not equal to vec2. There's a subtract, then a square mag. That's insane. So instead of doing 3 compares, they've done 3 subtracts and 6 multiplies.
That's just... Oh my god, no wonder. Okay. I can't believe that. I'm pretty sure it would just be cheaper just to update this. But I have said here, certainly, we need to do this if the render is visible. Do not update the transfer items that are still because it's slow, and then we do it anyway. I think I want to calculate an error margin here and update regardless of render. Yeah, so if we're on ground, bool mb at rest. Okay, I'm going to have to do a square magnitude there. Do that. If mb at rest equals false, mvel equals vector 3.0. So that's okay, that's a flip state. Yeah, if MB no, if MB at rest equals false and we're moving, then consider going to, and then that's fine, bleed it in. Otherwise, we're on the ground and we're not at rest and we've stopped. That's fine. Else, okay, that's cool. Okay, so if MB at rest not equal to LB at rest, we either went to sleep or woke up on this frame. Else okay, so if MB at rest do nothing, we're on the ground, we locked to that position on entry, we're stopped. Else not at rest. That might give me a bit more. Basically, we're just doing useless work. We're just doing work we don't need to do. Hopefully, that's better. I only want to get it to sort of more or less okay. But like setting the position of an object's not expensive. Until you do it 10,000 times, then it's expensive. But this should address a lot of the. Actually, let me while that's saying, let me update some patch notes. I can't believe we're back to mixed reviews. A lot of that's just from the crashing. We're going, oh, it crashed. It's like, dude, that's not. Oh, we've got to mostly positive. Yay! Thank you, whoever it was. Oh, wait. Thank you, Potentia. Fuck you, Fire Monster 5. Thank you, Simtrop Bug. Seriously, dude? You've only just posted a review? You bastard. Okay. 16.9. Improved instancing drops and performance. Fix to conveyor belts instancing. Improved world generation speed. Yay. Fixed Unity thread performance issues with when you have thousands. Improved, rather than fixed, improved of dropped objects. PS. Don't leave thousands of these around. What else did I do? added rocks, boulders, and stalactites. Yeah, it's because I managed... Well, it wasn't me. This is the thing that annoys me. It's not my fault. Work fine on my PC, and that's pretty much most of my survey base. Didn't have anyone else issues with it. It's Unity's fault, not mine. There's nothing I can do. I wish I could fix it. It doesn't help that apparently we're spending 11 milliseconds drawing the UI. It's more complicated than that. Hey, item scripts are no longer our most expensive thing. That's much better. 6,000 objects only taking 8 milliseconds. Really? That seems... update playing, Unity update, Unity update, Unity update. That is, I'm confused at this one. I'm very... 3,000. Yeah. Yes, Wizardy, graphic jobs are a very large performance boost. I wonder how I'm managing to spend 5 milliseconds in there. Otherwise, plants are still the most expensive. Really? That's maybe I should think about moving more of the plants across to this, because I've still got 971 of the old type of plant. Now, if they don't have a light, I think 848 of them do. So it's probably a lot of underground things. Wow. So these guys whining about their cryoplasma. It literally is 50 times walker than Lowing's walking speed. All right. So that's the performance improved. Not fixed, but improved. What I'm going to do now is I am going to fix up my rocks, fix up my thingies, and then I'm going to go. That's my plan. I think I should all use rock 1, actually. I think. Let's try that. Yep. Right, just making sure I don't go on the forum. Okay, that's giving it enough time to do things. Oh. Wow, runs so much better on this detail setting though. Yeah, on good quality, that's so much nicer. Probably the items aren't in range. Okie dokie. So, did I fix all the rocks? No, it's still no. Yeah, that's right. There you go. That's not. That's all right. They look a bit weird, but so does all the blue stuff. To be honest. We need to find some rocks. Still think I might have overdone the rocks a little, but that's what I expected. So be aware, there will not be a build tomorrow. I am in London all day long. So yeah, I won't be back till late, and I'm there the whole day. So yes, I do like the rocks though. I just full stop like them. They're just nice rocks.
It's a shame that we've gone that one twice, this one twice, but that's crappy random gen for you. My crappy random gen for you. Wizardy, Tom, what amuses me is when I release a mobile game, people are like, it doesn't run 1 star. I'm like, well, obviously, right, I didn't release a game that doesn't fucking run. Can you try rebooting your phone? I shouldn't need to. Can you try rebooting your phone? But I don't. Can you just reboot it? It works now. Well, there's a surprise. I've broken the lerping on the objects though. However, for today, I don't care. Looking at the way the objects work, I think I need to take another serious look at it. No. Fine. But I get to FortressCraft, it's like, well, obviously I haven't released a game that doesn't run. Like, that's blatantly and obviously a ridiculous and stupid thing to say. Oh, I have a whole fucking world of purple. And you'll notice how the rest of the world now matches up with the Hivermind, the Overmind. Like much more than it used to. It's like the world. It's like that was how I was going to do it, and the rest of the world has caught up. Well, it's not just the colour. I mean, you've also got the... As I said, so I was doing this earlier, right? Watch this. Okay? That's how... Ignore the colour. That's how FortressCraft was last patch. That's how FortressCraft is this patch. This is not a small amount of changes that has happened to the game. This is an unbelievable and insane, radical jump in rendering tech. Like, absolutely bonk, holy shit. Now we've got some frame rate issues, but ironically that's due to something that isn't new. I am just going to check one thing though, which is these do use an instance shader, right? No. Holy shit. Wow, okay. It should be using spawnable item cube material, but it's actually using crepe metal yellow. I'm going to rename that one to dropped item instance matte, and this should be using instanced. It's not even bump matte. Okay, find references in scene. Cube. That's what I want. What I really want is a super tight highlight, but I can't do that because Unity hates me. Unity doesn't let you have really tight, really bright highlights. Sucks. Cassia. So I haven't really talked very much about that actually. Let me fix the stalactites while I talk. So the goal is as follows. The plants will generally mostly be used for potions, but we'll call them ampules. So run fast, jump high, heal you, immunity to cold, immunity to damage, whatever. Primarily, initially. You will be able to harvest the plants by hand, but only robots will be able to automate them before a frozen factory machine. So you will require a BLC pack in order to automate the thing of the plants. As time goes on, I may make plants more and more useful. People harassing me on Discord. I want you to build big farms. I built quite a cool farm in No Man's Sky, and I really enjoyed it. I was like, that's cool. And then I realised I couldn't automate it. I'm like, oh, fuck this. That is what kicked all this off. I wanted more plants. I wanted different ways of having plants. And I was unable to... do it with what I had, hence the instance rendering. So then I realised I could render thousands of plants, and then it's all gone massively off the rails. Okay. Stalactites. Right, I'll be back in a sec. And then I'm about to embark on the last thing for the day. That doesn't mean I'm feeding you, right? Just chill. Feed you after the working.
hopeful. Cats are very hopeful. Right. Okay. Tom, I'm not really expecting you to do it by hand, but one of the things people don't realise. So with the slimes, slimes drop eyes, and really you kind of have to. Initially, you had to do it by hand, and the reason for this was quite simple, really, and quite straightforward. Because I wanted to give people in multiplayer something to do while they were waiting on their machines, and they've got like 10 people. And people immediately start going, oh, but yeah, it takes too long. I'm like, yeah, but it's supposed to be in addition to doing it. Cool, and this should be my last drink of the night. Right. Oh, cool. Right, so we've got some... golly, we've got quite a lot of choice. Stalac. You spelt it wrong. Stalac. There we go. So we've got... Now the only ironic thing is I need to remove the flip upside down code. So we want that one, that one, that one. And then we will... So I quite like those. They seem to be a very different size though. Oh, how annoying. See, if they're... So only that one would need to be flipped. Okay, so... Stalac. Oh, you son of a fuck. I mean, okay, cool. He's done them all as different textures, but he hasn't mapped them the same. You can't switch between like that one and this one or something. Is that right? I forgot. Okay, it's 3B with 3B. We'll fix it in a moment.
Okay, and this is Stalag 2A. Though that said, that one wasn't quite as good. See, that's perfect. That's just spot on. That one's good, even if it's the wrong way around, but let's not tell them. And this one is 1D. Let's see if I can find something else. Because although this is technically the wrong way up and everything, I'm not... that looks pretty good. What I can do, you see, in code, I already have support for flipping things or not. And this should use... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, 2A, the other 2A. Cool. Got that one. And then we have that one. And that one. Okay. And then these three. That one, and this one, okay, and then this one becomes the instance version. That one is 3B and becomes the instanced version, and this one 2A and becomes the instanced version, and all three of these will use the instanced dual glow prop cutout shader, and we'll set them up for the default purple. Yummy. Oh, god damn. No wonder these were so big, Todd. They're fucking TGAs. Ugh. Desaturate. Yeah. Hey, puss. And just going to slice off the levels. Again, I'm going to leave this in Todd's capable hands. And I'm going to use PNGs, because TGAs are retarded. The only reason to use TGAs was many, many, many years ago because TGAs were standard. And that was literally the reason they were used. They were completely standard in a wonderful format because they were standard. That should do. I might have to invert these. I can't remember quite... Okay, desaturate, levels, save as a pung. Now, I've limited myself to 3 of all the different types because it's much more efficient for me to hit cap on a type than to have lots of different types. I can scale things for free, I can resize it for free. I'm much better off doing than that. That doesn't look too bad, does it? A little bit of glow. One more to go. Hello, pussy, coming up for love. Oh, no cuddle time? It's not cuddle time, is it, Ajax? What this is, by the way, don't forget that I'm here and I exist. How would I forget you exist? You're so heavy and whiny. This is the bit where he just come and cuddles me before dinner time. On the basis I might forget about him, I don't really know. Oops, no. These are some monster textures, though. I don't really think we need... Sweet God, they're not compressed. Why would you do that? There's the emission map. Right, so the textures for these, right, are 30 megabit. 30, no they aren't. They're 60 megabytes compressed. I'm just trying to work out how he's managed that. Like, example, the emission map does not need an alpha. Yeah, well, they're not compressed, Wizard. That's why they're so great. Because they're completely standard. Because they don't compress. I'm very glad now these days I can say no... So this texture here, right, the glow map is currently 1.3 megs. So if I say, no, actually you don't have any alpha, because we don't use the alpha in the glow, blip, 0.7 megs. Now the only question is, why is that one a 10 megabyte ARGB? Texture type, default. It's like it hasn't compressed it. Like, this one has come out as a 2048 by 2... Actually, I can show you. I don't know why I'm not doing that video. This is a 10 megabyte file. See, that's ARGB. That's uncompressed. You can no longer do advanced, you see. Read write enabled. Not generate MIPS yet. MIP filtering box. Fade out MIPS. Oh. I don't understand. Why is this refusing to compress? That one's not compressed either. Texture type, normal, editor. I really don't understand. If I don't generate MIPS, which I have to, but I am confused, I have to say.
Yeah, because the override button's not ticked. That's fine. But like, it's here. But you're not overriding. Well, there we go. 2.2 megs, much better. Still not as small as I would perhaps like. I'm a little bit worried about this patch, by the way, because I have... Hey, there you go, override. Wait, that's the one I just did. Twit. Bye, Ratbag. Miss you. Miss you. Bye. But yeah, I have to do this. But every so often I'll make a build and I'll just start to fix all of the texture issues we've got. And that's okay. That's now, 2.4 megs or something? No, there you go. That's which is the one I haven't done. That one. And alpha source none. That's not very useful. That's even less useful. Oh, I do not have anything between DXT1. DXT5 is 5.3 megs. DXT1 2.7. We chuck away the alpha channel. And anything where we don't use the alpha, like these, gets a lot smaller. Okay, let's hook up the instancer, and then I do like the same response, but I've had the same response when I keep posting people pictures of FortressCraft going, what's that then? It's FortressCraft. Really? Yeah. Okay, so we'll go 2A, 3B, 1D. Great. Let's not do that. Let's go 1D, 2A, 3B. So 2A is element 21. 3B is element 22. And this is 20. Let's see where we're at. Surely the Communist Manifesto is not really that big. Select format. Text. The Communist Manifesto is 60 kilobytes, so you are out by a factor of 1,000. Holy shit, that's... But it doesn't feel like FortressCraft. It feels kind of like voxely No Man's Sky, to be quite frank. Coming through. High octane fuel needed. Lots. Come on, million. We're going to obviously inherently now test the fading that I was doing. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I was fiddling around with that, and I think I left it cranked up. Whoops. That looks quite cool, though. Dark. I just want you to be dark. Oh. Darn it. Dang it. Wait, why are you not blowing up? Blow up, thank you. Now blow up, thank you.
So I'm looking for a cave system now. La 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 la. Yeah, Twitch doesn't come back, by the way. I don't know why. See, unfortunately, the workflow excavators aren't really designed for what I want. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to explode this one, and if I don't see a cave, then I will we'll go with Plan B. Plan B. You've seen Plan B before. Plan B is awesome. Plan B is a BFL. Come on, BFL, get to firing. There we go. Yeah, and it's that doesn't always work as well as you think. I'm also testing everything else: performance, lighting. You know, has it thrown away most of the plants yet? No. Are we well overload? Yes. Yeah, Andy, I'm an editor. Obviously, I can... That's what I wanted. Oh, wow, that's a nice cave. No stalactites, though. I also noticed that the crazy surface caverns haven't applied here. But this looks like somewhere I should be able to... Did I disable the stalactites, or are they just not spawning? So I'm not seeing any stalactites. Now, they might be tiny. I'm definitely not seeing anything at all. They might also be enormous. I've had that before. Something just spawns and it's like 100 kilometers big. Just for the record, there's some organic rock. Okay, so we're going to have to delete the world, I'm sure. Let's see what I've done wrong. I may have actually disabled it. That's entirely possible. Cave generator.
Yeah, it looks alright. If the cube beneath us is air, and we're not air, okay, actually that's probably too small. And just to... No. I can't remember which one it was. I'll get them all working though. Yeah, they were probably incredibly teeny tiny. That's interesting. Oh yeah, because the plant glows red. You can't see the green. It's nice. They don't... Yeah, bumblebees are actually an exception. They shouldn't really be spawning down here anymore. Okay. Yeah, see, this is part of the problem. It's like Nick and I have chatted about, is how to fix this. Because this segment's... Oh, wait, hold on. I just saw stalactites. I saw them appear. Look, I can see them. I think they're digging themselves up. Okay, so I'm underground. I'm 85 metres underground. This segment has no sensible route to the ceiling. Okay? There's one. Holy shit, they're enormous. Oh my god, they are absolutely enormous. Right, okay. But working, that's the important thing. Yeah, so right now, this segment up here is considered... It's visible if I look up at it. If I grab to the roof, it will probably appear. There you go. It appears, and then it disappears again. But it's not actually visible. It needs to be actually culled. See, what I'll probably end up doing as I go along is reducing the chances of various bits and bobs. Oh, wait. It does go grass style rock. Grass style rock, yeah. So I think everything is probably cranked a little bit mental right now. Yeah, so probably not that big. Just can't quite work out why they're not there.
Okay, let's stop them digging themselves up. All right. Yeah, thought so. So they're deleting them. They're digging themselves up. So, the last type shouldn't flip. They all need to be made smaller, obviously. What's the last? What's that one, which is type D. D is the first one. So only the first one needs to actually rotate. Use short this dot type dot this dot time. I actually have it. Is that 1 3? I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't. Right, yeah. If it's 0 1 2, yeah, it's 4 or 5. And let's make those smaller. I don't. Okay. For once, I shouldn't need to rerun it. Andy, just so you are aware, if you're still there, I might need you to fix the pivots on these. So I'd like to scale them quite a lot up and down, and I think they're actually in a slightly odd place. But I will let you know. So a streamer I know called Marathi, he's pointed out that Twitch ingests have failed every day at exactly 9:15 for the last thing. So yeah, there is a known issue. That looks quite cool. Yeah, they all need to move up by like a meter. Actually, I bet you they don't. I bet you. I bet you, if I fix this, so if we're air, and if we're air, and that's not air. I think the plants do something a bit confusing and crazy, but I suspect if I do this, they'll spawn in the right place, and then I can enable the drop code, and it will just work. Now, just for the record, remember the J word is forbidden in this channel unless I use it. That's okay. Tad, they know what colour the surface is. They're way too overblown. They'll be almost. I can't even remember what I have to say. Subtle. It's not a word I get on well with. Sorry, I've just looked at the things launching on the Switch: Tetris, Just Dance, Bomberman, Mario Kart 8 again, Splatoon, Elder Scrolls, Street Fighter 2. Oh my god, what a fucking dire bunch of. I'm just going to try bouncing in my thing one more time. There. Ta-da! Yeah. It says connecting, but they actually appear to be both up, so. Okay, that's that. Okay, so I'm hoping that they're actually going to spawn in the right place. I think I worked out what it is. I'm not sure what plants do or why plants are weird, but yeah.
Hello again, Barrett.
It's been I've been having issues with uh-oh. Can anyone else spot the problem? Anyone? No? Well, the problem is I've got a few too many stalactites. But just a note, look how fucking smooth it is. And this isn't even the most efficient of the techniques. There is one that is more efficient. I simply don't know how to use it. And that technique I should be able to convert the existing technique across into if I decide to.
So if we are air and above us is not air, spawn. Ah. Yeah.
Which could also be that one.
That'd do it.
Yeah, Wesley, I was just... He said it goes down for 45 minutes and then if you try it again, it works. See, that's spawning on this object, and that's there. Have I got up and down mixed up or something? Which is quite a mistake to make as a human being. I mean, sure, alright, I will try up, but that doesn't make any sense to me. Oh. Yeah, of course it's up. And I don't need to do that. We've said if that's up and we're... I don't know. Just going to put in what I think works and then just see if it works. Where do you live, Tom, that you've got such exciting internet? That's better. Okay, I guess I need to find out. Is it in that square? Right, it is actually in that square. So I need to set the offset. That's fine. Now, what I would like eventually is for Andy to fix that because
I don't really want to have to go fiddling with these. But we do have support for it.
I don't do that. Okay, now I question whether or not that actually is hooked up. Render offset. Ah. That is funny, Tad. That doesn't seem to have worked. Maybe it's actually like more than that. So let's check render offset. Ah. And if this works, then I need to switch on the thingy. That still doesn't seem right. In fact, that seems possibly worse. Wow, that's... Oh, no, wait, nothing. No, never mind. Wait, this is not a fall through. Let's try that. There was a mod called FortressCraft within Fortress 2 that never got anywhere. I've got their Twitter now. Okay, I don't think this is doing anything. Oh, wait, no, there we go. Yep, it is. It looks like I need to tweak it different for each one. Great. So that one looked like it was less. And I think these ones need to be a lot more. I don't know, Tad. Again, the answer is my community manager. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one's... That's pretty cool. It's too many, and they're still not quite right. The thing is, that one works really well. These not so much. So they both need to go up further, I think. And it also looks like that's 0.2. This can be 0.15f, and I think this is the biggest one, 0.1f. At least with these, it doesn't matter if I fiddle with them. This doesn't affect world generation. Not the other kind of rocky. I need a name for this one, actually. Okay, yeah. I think it's probably a bit too many, let's be honest. Oh, Arthur, get back. Oh, that's cool. Just take Arthur up there, look. Is it Arthur? Now turn around. That's good there. Now wave. Good, Arthur. Now come back here. Now come closer. Now stay over there. Now go in front of me. Now go up there. Oh, now go up. Arthur's so easy to control. And then, yes, I need to make the whichever the last one is, that one. (3B), which is the last one, that needs to be a bunch smaller. Yeah, I need a version of this. Excuse me, I've got to the mute button in time. And line 454 of grass entity. Oh, has an F. Yes, it does. That's not too bad. Not brilliant. I think the range is off a bit. I'm not going to flip to it. It's getting late now, and I'd like to go to bed. So the only thing I'm going to do, Todd is going to fix the lighting on these because they're obviously a bit mental. I'm just going to reduce the number a tad. Now remember, if you are going to be testing this version, I am away tomorrow. I have got a talk in London. I'm not going to be here. So, if you're going to start a new thing, just be aware, if it's broken, I ain't going to fix it. Let's try 4,500. It's a divided number that's about right for this one. Yeah, that would be nice to have, but there's no easy way to sort of do that. Oh, I still need to do the deleting. Yeah. Wow, that's surprisingly still a lot. So once it's made it a little bit more subtle, we might actually instance them slightly more. The only thing I need to do, and hopefully this isn't going to be a hard bug, okay, and void low frequency update. Let's see if I've broken this. I think what was it? I wasn't spawning where I thought I was spawning. God, I knew it. I knew it. What have I done? This bit's... Okay, so style and in all circumstances we do configure the behavior place directly or from disk, yes, and then we set check ceiling. If we're checking the ceiling, then we look up 1. And the cheap check area is normally it's it's 15. Okay, normally our offset is -1, so we look upwards, and cheap is 15. Wait, that's not right. Because normally we go -1. So therefore... Oh, if we're not... No, I think that might actually be 1 and 15 there. And this should be called LN expensive. Fuck you, piece of shit. I can't rename stuff with F2. Well, what? Control R, right. So normally we're at -1, so therefore it's expensive. So therefore, if Y equals the expensive, then we have to get from the other segment. Otherwise, we can get from the cheap segment. Right. Okay. So normally we look downwards 1, -1. We cannot look downwards if we are at 15. 15 is the expensive location because we cannot look downwards because we cannot look inside the same segment. Therefore, if... Oh, you dopey motherfucker. Okay, so we normally look downwards. We can't look downwards if we're at 15 in the cheap way. We need to grab a different segment. I don't know. I have literally no idea how this ever worked. Actually, no, probably 1 in 15 grass segments, but it looks like this was the wrong way around, which is the super awful expensive check. And we were doing the super awful expensive check all the time. If we are on the ceiling, on the other hand, we look positive, which is upwards, and the expensive one is... No, I did have that right. Hold on. So if we're at -1, we're going downwards. I think these are actually the other way around. No, hold on. What are we doing wrong here? 0 is the top of the segment. So if we're looking up, I think it's slightly confusing because depth is inverted to... Oh, I'm just going to run it, see what happens. Depth is inverted to node positions. The bottom of a segment is 15, not 0. You see, they're spawning and then going, oh, wait, I'm... fuck's sake. Come on, I need to get this done. And then I'm going, and you're not invited. Oh. Shit. That's why. Oh, you stupid ass. I might just sped the grass up, though. You short required... That doesn't work. I don't know what the rock is, you see. But in this case, what I actually want to do... L cube equals... But pretty much, though, this is just the end of the stream now. Like, I'm just going to fix this, and I'm pretty much done. Because plants, you see, can only survive on comment. Yeah, if L cube equals E cube types dot E cube types air. So to sum up, I'm away tomorrow. I'm in London, and I plan to have an amazing time. I doubt I will, but I plan to. Secondly, I will be doing a patch in a moment. And I will be back on a Wednesday. Thursday is adapter rather than FortressCraft because I have something I need to do. And let me make sure I've... Cool. That looks good. Okay, so hopefully then if I delete above it, blip, Yeah. I might have to reduce the offset on these a little bit. It looks like number 2. Oh, maybe I got 3 and 2 mixed up. Just tweak that last bit. Last thing. That one's embed slightly and that one's not, I think. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, that'll. Oh wait, yeah. No, that means that I've got scaling them wrong as well. That means that that one should be a bunch smaller, and this one should be a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's probably right there. Nearly there, nearly there. Yeah, that's better. Still too many. Quite surprisingly so, in fact. I assume we'll get patches without any in. And it would be nice if these did like a raycast down and decided not to. Again, it's one of those things that as time goes on, I can continue to improve it. Just make it a little bit better. I am just going to fix that because that is going to... actually, it probably won't murder performance, but it will make me a bit unhappy. So very, 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 very quickly. Absolute last thing. I said this and I know I lied. It's still 100%? Really? There's not a single one without There's an entire line without them on, but that's I know why that is. Okay. I'll reduce it some more. Just out of curiosity, what this is the right thing, right? Yep, stalactites. What are these? This has got to be a bug now. Has to be a bug. If cave density is less than... What? If cave density is less than cave threshold... I kind of didn't do that bit. So that probably was okay at like 4,500. If cave density is less than cave threshold... So it's less than cave threshold, but greater than cave...
Yeah, so there's like a thin chance.
To fix this, that's it. I go to bed.
I'm alright though, Umbrella Droid, thank you very much. Come on, just some. Not all, just some, but not none. Fuck's sake.
I swear, I'm just fiddling these freaking numbers up and down. If cave density is less than cave threshold...
Okay.
That might be why we had to do that one, because I don't think this can be.
Oh, come on, just some. That's all I want, is some. Not all, not none. Some. Any possible combination of some is fine.
That means that this is never... Well, no, it has to be, because this is how we'd spawn that one. Only that one actually checks that it's not air. Screw it. I'm going to just do it the alternative way. No. I have... Look, fine. And this is going to be in... And I'll close all this shit. Survival surface generator.
So I'm just basically just pulling out the that one. That should do it. So basically, I've got a new noise system. It's potentially not quite as efficient, but should be okay. Okay, that's some. Yeah, there we go. That'll do for tonight anyway. So we don't end up with caves that are just literally lit up entirely by the... Cool. All right then. I'm going to shut the stream down now. And I will make a build, and you are all invited to play it. So keep an eye out. I'll
Pension Discord in 5-10 minutes when it's done. Thank you for watching.
remember, if you're a patron, you're the best thing ever. If you're not a patron, you're basically a filthy freeloader. Win the lottery, patronise me. That might not be the best term.
Thank you for watching, guys. I'll be back Wednesday with more FortressCraft and Thursday with a different game. Ooh. See you then, I hope. Bye-bye.